Bada, bada. All right, here we go. Just check everything. It's all set. Welcome, everyone, to Sea Monster Live, number 9. This is your host, the Sea Monster. Hold on. Yeah, got good. Coca-Cola Zero here going. It's not sponsored whatsoever. Yeah, so just making sure everything is all set and ready to go. Here we go. Yeah. So, for those who aren't quite familiar, as far as like the goings on regarding the stream, yeah, I was going to be hosting the stream on the 10th of June. It was in like an old stream, the Stuckman stream. Hello, fellow Sea King. How y'all doing? So basically, I kind of announced that I was going to make a move. Sup, Kaiju Not. Or Vic. Sup. So, yeah, I was originally. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. So originally, this stream was going to be hosted on the 10th of June. It was going to be after I made like a big move, pretty much relocation, if you will, from state to state. But one major Titan-sized inconvenience mid-trip later, I had to delay this stream until today. Or delay it until further notice, until after everything is all sorted out. Or at least like things are starting to, where in the process of recovering from this inconvenience, that it's unclear whether or not we will all look back and laugh, me and certain family members. But anyways, yeah. So this stream, I've now been able to finally host. So last time on Sea Monster Live, we covered Spill.com's review on Pacific Rim. The first Pacific Rim. Well, being fresh to Matt specifically, and I did not put this thing on silent. Hold on, give me a second. Let me find it. Okay, do not disturb. That's fine. We'll just go with that. But yeah, so pretty much had that going on. Me and Fresh to Madge covered the Pacific Rim review by Spill.com, and I pretty much hinted. I don't know if I hinted at it in that video in that stream or not. I can't remember, but I do. But I can say that that I was going to cover Double Toasted at some point. At least on social media. I was going to cover a video on Double Toasted, specifically their review on Godzilla King of the Monsters 2019. Because, why not? Why not? King of the Monsters is my boy, pretty much. But, yeah, for those who don't know, Double Toasted, was hosted by Corey Coleman and Martin Thomas in Austin, Texas. They were the two founding alumni for Spill.com, which is an old website where they did movie reviews and whatnot. That's where the Pacific Rim movie review stream I did prior to this, was based on, more or less. And they're kind of more like sort of down to earth, sort of a group of guys. Pretty much like even a couple friends just kind of talking about a movie, pretty much. But they do it in the form of a podcast. There's like, sense of humor, personalities, clashing or bouncing off of each other, camaraderie and what have you. And that's kind of one of the things I praised about the spill review on Pacific Rim. Like, there's that sense of like friendship and camaraderie of just like, guys, bunch of guys like having fun, talking about a movie in the middle of the night that they just saw in a theater. And yeah, it's pretty much like a fun format, I would say. And Double Toasted is sort of a spiritual successor to it after Spill was shut down in December 2013. All right. So anybody wants to hop on? Is there any lag going on? Can anybody just so we're clear? Is there any? Does it sound like there's any signal breakage or on my end or anything? Do I sound good? Cause I'm in a sub level. Let's just say a basement, pretty much. So, which is it's temporary, but yeah. Let me see. I'm actually gonna check if I sound good to myself. So I'll pretty much go mute for just a moment here. All right, sound good to you? All right, Vic, good, awesome. So yeah, I'm kind of seeing if there's like anybody who's gonna come on. Break on and good. Few wobbles, but mostly okay. All right, that's good. And apparently, from my end, if I were viewing this on my laptop, yeah, profile gone though. I don't know why. I have no idea why this keeps happening. I don't understand. I do not understand why. How how can you do this to me? How can this happen to me, StreamYard? Why? Why do you do this to me? Uh Hopefully, I'm not planning on this stream being almost 4 hours long like the last one. So, you know, just kind of getting everything settled, and then we will just jump right into the subject of tonight's video, tonight's stream. Just a couple things. It's kind of, all right. Okay. You guys should have the StreamYard link sent at some point. So either check messages or whatever, you know. And much like the Spill.com Pacific Rim review, and the first Chris Stuckman Monsterverse video, this is going to be done in audio unless. Send it via Discord. Yep, I sent it to. Yep, you should have it by now. Messages. Yeah, I'm not gonna have this be like, open to literally anyone until the video is over, and we can just kind of shoot the shit pretty much afterwards. So let me try load Discord. Yep. Cool. And Twitch. Yep. Yep. It's yep, the StreamYard link. All right. Let me see. Let me pull up Discord. Hold on. All right. Check in here. Okay. You know what? Well, just. Oh, this is your new account. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Here. All right. Give me a second. Uh, Mr. Minecraft World. Here we go. Second. All right. Okay. Here we go. I think of this as like kind of like what Godzilla 2014 did, a slow burn before we really get things going. All right, we got our first guest coming up. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
So, how
Yep.
you doing?
Doing pretty well. Pretty good.
Nice. I'm doing pretty okay myself. So, yeah. I rewatched Cloverfield earlier today. Good Lord.
Nice.
Good Lord, that is a harrowing movie. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Cloverfield is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that we still don't have like a proper follow up to it, or
Yeah.
hopefully if we do, hopefully no one will screw it up. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Also, if you hear any background noise, don't pay mind to it. My brother's currently in the Euro playoffs. So,
Okay.
Euro Cup.
All right. Oh, okay. Cianimus said there's like no link in his tweet messages, which that's weird. Let me try that here. Let me just send it to him directly. The link. Vic is also coming on.
Yay.
Yeah, don't mind background noise on my end either, pretty much, because that's just the way it is. Yeah, I'll just make the StreamYard link public just to make it easier for every book for.
Right.
Okay, and here we got Vic, aka number one GXK fan.
What's
Coming
up?
on.
Heyo. How you doing, dude?
Yeah,
Doing good.
doing good.
Nice. Yeah.
Trying to get Cianimus on here, but this yeah. Trying to.
See it. I'm expecting him to show up soon, so let's see.
Dang it! What? Dang it! I'm trying to get this. Get the StreamYard link in the chat, but it's just it's YouTube is giving me YouTube's giving me trouble here. StreamYard. Yeah. Don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah. Let me. Oh, okay. Yeah. Don't mind the notification sounds pretty much at this point. Try it. Yeah, you know what? Let me try this here. Let me go to Twitter. Think of this as
Hello?
So, so while I get C Animus on here, do you guys have any familiarity with the subjects that we're discussing here? Or about
I'm
to?
very familiar with the movie that they're talking about.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm probably gonna rewatch that before the debate that we have for it because
Yeah.
I want to have that fresh in my mind, and also gives me a good excuse to watch my favorite movie ever made. So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So
I know King of the Monsters, the movie, and also Double Toasted. I'm
all right.
familiar with their videos and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh man, I'm very excited for that debate. Good God, I can't wait for that.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, apparently I did not send him the link for some reason. I don't know why. There we go. So I must have forgot. like D&D and Game of Thrones, I kind of forgot.
Nice.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So, all right. So, Animus, if you can hear us, you should have the link in your on your Twitter messages now. If you receive the Twitter message, yell or tap.
Yeah. So yeah. Also, alongside watching Cloverfield, since with the updates, I forgot I was gonna bring this up. I got a massive shipment of books. So I picked up Island 731, Kaiju Cold War. It was the recent one that was made by someone on Zim's server. I forgot the name, but still very excited for that one. World War Z. I got myself a copy of that.
Ooh,
yay!
Cool.
He's here.
Oh, hey. Okay, bringing him on. Hello, fellow Sea King.
I mean, if you didn't want me on, just say so. I won't, honestly.
I'm sorry. I forgot to send you the link. I don't. Yeah, I thought I sent you the link earlier, but I guess I didn't. I didn't realize it. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
Sorry about that.
excuses. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'll go on OmniViewer's stream. You get jealous, and now you don't want me here.
Really, if anything, I would be the jealous type. I hope it's like no one invited me over there.
I'm sure your time will come. He has watched your streams. He is aware. I'm sure he'll invite you on any minute.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still waiting for him to have a conversation with Zim and maybe some other people.
Yeah, that should be an interesting conversation.
That really would. Anyways, all right. So I suppose that all of us here are at least familiar with half of what we'll be discussing here, which is Godzilla King of the Monsters. Well, it'll be we'll mainly be discussing. Yeah. But the other half is basically the review, which is the main subject, which is Double Toasted's review on it. So if anybody is, Vic, you said you're familiar with Double Toasted, at least.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll just, a brief summary of who they are. Double Toasted, basically a podcast run by two alumni or main alumni from the now defunct Spill.com, Corey Coleman and Martin Thomas. So Double Toasted is kind of a spiritual successor of that website, that podcast sort of thing, where they do movie reviews and so on. And basically, it's almost, this is kind of like the opposite of what it's kind of definitely on the other end of the spectrum as far as like movie reviews, what have you, in terms of like, how dry or how lively a movie review can be, pretty much. This, like, we're not talking. This is definitely not Chris Stuckman, which we're dealing with here, where the review is very dry and any attempts at humor is just kind of done pretty dry.
Okay, so it's going to be more akin to someone like Mr. Sunday Movies, if you know who they are.
I'm not quite as familiar with them, but
okay. But they're basically like two people on a podcast discussing different movies. I've been subbed to them for about a year up to this point. They're pretty good.
Yeah. Double Toasted definitely has some, it has like entertaining reviews, pretty much entertaining content. Pretty much like they pretty much come off as like some guys who are fans who like movies, but they're like very down to earth. Pretty much, they just like throw a lot of jokes in, pretty much, or it's like kind of on the. It's kind of like a couple guys just having like a fun conversation about a movie that they just saw.
All right.
And whether or not they found it to be to be worth seeing by other people.
All right.
Yeah. So now, even though now what I got here is basically the video format, but we're going to be listening to it through the audio. And basically, the last couple times I've done it, it's gone pretty well for the people listening in. But let's see how this goes here, just so we can set it up. There's going to be some portions where I will be skipping because this video they did a sponsor with Dollar Shave Club, I think is what it's called. So we'll skip that part. It's an old review. This is like from 5 years ago, so it's not even like it's not even like it matters so much. But anywho, is everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Didn't hear Cinemus here. Nope.
I said yes, I'm aware. Yep.
He said he's ready.
Hey, all right. I didn't hear you. Hold on a second. Okay. All right.
My mic a bit
here
low.
we go.
Do I need to turn this up?
3, 2, 1. Nope, you're good. You're good. All right, here we go.
This is the one everybody's been waiting. They like it. Tony Stark.
I may mute this a bit here. Yeah, they're just showing like a little bit of footage from the movie here. Avoid copyright.
All right.
Okay, is anyone hearing it good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me just do it just a little bit. I basically have the laptop at maximum volume here, so there we go. If anyone can't hear, let me just give me the heads up, okay? All right.
Right before we begin, I just want to say the proud part. And speaking of this video, Martin, I'm about to talk about Godzilla. Now, of course, the king, Martin. But he had a scam. You want to be so like you, Martin, and you know something. Dollar Shave Club.
All right, we're gonna skip this portion here. They're doing the Dollar Shave Club sponsor. I think I've even a specific time
It's a
code
little
here.
bit quiet for me.
Okay, let me see.
Apparently, it's competing with
I have
Minecraft
a-
World's Talking.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's probably like I said. Don't I apologize for the background noise. My brother is watching the Euro playoffs, the Euro
Oh,
Cup.
sports ball.
Yes,
okay.
yeah, he's
All right,
watching
well,
football, soccer, whatever you want to call it.
all right. Okay, let's get this. I'm gonna skip the sponsor part.
Sponsored this video. Thank you. 2 seconds of Godzilla. That's big enough for a 2-hour movie. Yeah, people complain and they're like, you know what though? And I would just state it all, but that was just the opening right there. That was the appetite. That was just a teaser, if you will. That 2-hour movie. 2-hour teaser. It's Godzilla. That's a teaser for Godzilla.
Yeah, they were like mentioning Godzilla 2014, pretty much there, just
Mhm.
referencing that.
Mm.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, same old stuff. Like just like, oh yeah, Godzilla 2014 doesn't have a lot of Godzilla in it. You know.
Yeah, same old, same old.
Hey,
Just, they said it was a teaser.
yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, they said the whole 2014 movie is a teaser of Godzilla. Yeah.
I mean, if it feels that way, sure, but it's like Godzilla. No, I don't really know what to say with that. Actually,
I have
Yeah.
heard people describe
Yeah, that's
2014 as like the entire film is a lead up to the last fight. So all the bits beforehand are just like, here he is. Oh, they haven't got quite him. Oh, here he is again. Oh no, he's gonna get. It's just basically teasing you all the way to the end until you get to that last fight where you see him fighting for basically the last third of the film. So I can understand people saying the entire film is a tease. I can understand that.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
It does kind of give the false impression though that we didn't see him at all, which is a lie.
Yeah, no, we
Yeah.
have multiple sequences where we actually do see him pretty well. A lot of people complaining about this movie being like too dark, about 2014 specifically being too dark.
Yeah.
Really hard to see. I think part of that was just the Blu-ray, because as someone who owns the DVD of it, it's just like, what the heck did they do to the brightness? Like, good God, I could barely make anything out.
And yeah, it's like kind of unfortunate, like that the home media transfer kind of suffers from that pretty much when like the theatrical version or
Yeah, I remember they fixed that up recently, which thank God. So
yeah. I mean, like, it's if there's like anything that I could say that would be like objectively wrong about how 2014 looks, it is mainly because like it's a movie that really does not work. You know, if you were trying to
Broken
watch
up a
it
little
on
bit.
like a small screen, like it is not a movie that's meant to be watched on. Because yeah, that break up a little bit.
yeah,
a little bit.
you were cutting up.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, the thing about Godzilla 2014 is that it's a movie that isn't meant to be watched on like a mobile phone, pretty much. It's just kind of like you're not supposed to like be watching it on that.
Yeah.
And I can pretty much kind of I can understand people like doing the brightness upscaling if they were like reposting clips from 2014, like some of the action. I completely understand that because the home media transfer just doesn't unless you're watching it on a big screen and you're like in a dimly lit area. I could completely understand where someone's coming from saying that it doesn't really work. Caught him not as much, but caught him definitely a significant improvement in the lighting side of things.
Yeah, I've never understood a lot of again, I looked at a lot of them. A lot of reviewers of King of the Monsters say exactly the same thing about King of the Monsters as they did 2014. And whereas with 2014, the complaints are legitimate, but also missing the point. In
Right.
King of the Monsters, when they say, "Oh, it's too dark, you can't see anything," it's like, I could you please point to the scene where you can't see
Yeah,
anything, because I could
yeah.
see everything.
I think the biggest point for those people was like the Battle of Boston, like everything between Ghidorah's power up and like everything between Ghidorah, like Godzilla charging into battle and then Ghidorah's power up, which even then that's not exactly true. I can make out exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
I can understand someone pointing out like when someone say like, oh, this is like, oh, that one moment. The most I could give someone would be like that one moment where Mothra and Rodan like are just like flying down into like the streets and all that, and you just have like this, like
Yeah.
this clash, all sorts of like mayhem kind of going on there. I can understand
Yeah,
someone just
or
being
maybe
like, okay,
even,
I
or
don't know
maybe
what just happened.
even, or maybe even to an extent the Antarctica fight. Like I could kind of get it there, but it's not that bad. And even then,
No.
there's a lot of contrasting colors, so I could pretty much make out exactly what's going on. And
Yeah,
there's a
I've had
surprising
no.
amount of light sources in both scenes. So
Yeah,
there's
I've
that.
had no problem with. I have no problem with the Antarctica fight visually, pretty much.
Yeah, no.
There are a couple of really beautiful shots in the Antarctica fight. So for anybody who
Absolutely.
says they can't see anything in that, it's just like, I don't know what film you were
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah.
Yeah,
KOTM in
exactly.
general is KOTM in general is just a beautiful movie from a visual standpoint. Good lord.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
could take it or leave
absolutely.
it sometimes when it comes to Ghidorah's storms, because like some shots look really cool, but I can do with like a little bit less rain, so I can see some stuff more.
That's fair.
But I don't think it's as bad, as people say.
That's fair.
No, yeah, like the fact that he's like surrounded by the storm, it really lends to just how like basically how like otherworldly, ominous and evil and scary he pretty much is. Pretty much like
Yeah.
Ghidorah in like Ghidorah pretty much has been done like Kingdom Monsters pretty much did more to make Ghidorah like come off as like a threatening kaiju than any other version of him pretty much ever did. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I've always known that Ghidorah is supposed to be like Godzilla's nemesis, but a lot of the films, like whether you're talking about the Showa era, the Heisei era, or Final Wars, certainly certainly not the Polygon trilogy, like they never quite seem to have been able to convey that he's supposed to be like sort of like Godzilla's equivalent to Batman's like Joker or like the Green Goblin to Spider-Man, pretty much. But King of
Yeah.
Monsters is like the first time where I pretty much really got that sense that Ghidorah's supposed to, where when people say like, oh, these two are like so much like net arch rivals to each other, they're just meant to do this forever, pretty much, like Joker fighting Batman, pretty much. King of Monsters is like is pretty much the first time where I really got that sense. It's like, and that's because the film adds to the mythology of, giving us mythological context or world building context that allows these two to really have that rivalry and have it be potent within the story, within the world that it's set in.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It also makes
Anyways.
Ghidorah feel sinister as well. Like with
Yeah.
the Showa era, and even less so with Final Wars, and even less so with Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. Ghidorah doesn't feel like a malicious, menacing. I mean, menacing. He is
Yeah.
he is menacing for the fact that he walks around destroying things. But
Like,
with
Yeah.
King of the Monsters, you actually see the personality in him, where he's like, I mean, when he was going after Madison, he was very much trying to kill her. I mean, even
Yeah,
when he
you-
destroys the Orca, and it's like he looks down at her, and you see the hatred almost in his eyes. You're like, yeah, this Ghidra is he feels well, he feels monstrous.
Like, you
Yeah.
compare this to something. You compare this to the anime Ghidorah, which literally just came out, the year before.
Oh God, yeah.
It like
Yeah.
that Ghidorah. While yes, it has a lot of eldritch properties to it that are acted upon, namely the Eritrum thing, like what happens to the Eritrum.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel all that apocalyptic. Like, sure, black holes in the sky that maybe that looks apocalyptic, but it doesn't really feel like that.
Yeah.
Especially considering all
Unfortunately,
he does is just grab Godzilla and do some weird mumbo jumbo with him, and then Medphius does a whole visions and tries to get into Haruo's head and all that. It's just
yeah.
it just in comparison, KOTM Ghidorah just feels like the devil. This feels like if Satan himself took over Typhon and went on a rampage. It's
yeah.
and it is terrifying. In
Yeah,
the best
Planet
ways
Eater.
possible.
Yeah. Yeah, Planet
say,
Eater, like,
have you-
sorry.
Oh no, you go.
Yeah, Planet Eater just kind of does more telling, does like a whole lot of telling, and I mean a lot of telling, but not a lot of showing. The best that it did was basically like when we see like the silhouettes of the Ghidorah necks and heads, pretty much like going through the people, pretty much who are like, just calling upon him. That's pretty much like the most that happens. That's like where you get the sense that that thing is pretty much that Ghidorah in that universe is like a devil that's just been awoken and just let out into the world, when he really shouldn't have been. But for the rest of that movie, it's a lot of telling about what's going on with him and what he's doing, rather than really just showing us. King of the Monsters pretty much does a lot of showing, pretty much, about Ghidorah and what he's doing, and the motivation just sort of behind him. We don't get much of an idea until after later on, where we're told, just to kind of confirm what the deal is with him. We get a sense of Ghidorah's character in King of the Monsters where we never really did in Planet Eater, or arguably like any of the other films. Maybe Ghidorah the three-headed monster, maybe. But pretty much like with Ghidorah in King of the Monsters, you get the sense that he pretty much actively like enjoys like causing destruction and pain, pretty much. Like, he didn't have to like single out like those soldiers that were just shooting at him, and really, just as a distraction more than anything. Like, he could have just ignored them and just like went for like a bigger target, like the helicopter that was about to take off. But no, he actively like just looked at them, like Kevin even so much just like playing with one of them before the other two heads were kind of like, nope, focus up. And they pretty much, just like, they could have just like squished them, but no, they just like decided, no, we're about to nuke you fuckers with our gravity beams. So like, they didn't have to do that, but they went ahead and did it anyways, because that's it, because it just speaks about the character of that creature.
Yeah, it's I think my video on it, Godzilla and the Book of Revelation, video I made. Ghidorah is basically Satan from the Book of Revelation, the many-headed Hydra with the wearing many diadems, who rises out of the smoking pit from the underworld, which in this case is the quite literal underneath of the world. And his character perfectly fits that sort of depiction of the anti. I was going to say he's the Antichrist, since Godzilla is basically the Jesus lizard of the film. So yeah, he perfectly fits it, and the film perfectly depicts it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's especially reinforced with him roaring across the mountain, and we see the cross.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's I still love that shot. I don't know if anyone else has noticed it. I put it in my a great joy video. I think when he roars and you get the different beats and it goes the lightning bolts match the beats of his roar.
Oh,
Nice.
that's something I didn't
Yeah.
notice.
Something to notice when you go back and watch the scene again. I still reference it because it's just like I watched this video. I watched the film so many times when making videos about it, and then I just one time I noticed it. I was like, "Oh my god! How many times have I seen this and not noticed that?"
Nice. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
definitely gonna look out for that because I plan to rewatch it like the day before we do the debate thing. I have a few other kaiju movies I need to get through, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get around to watching it again, taking the notes, and come up with the get our battle plan ready for the debate.
We will sweep.
Yeah.
It's tempting to go
Anyways.
through other people's like critiques of the film and then see what their critiques are, and then see if you can answer the critiques.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to do that so that if we get to the debate and they
I'm
ask something I haven't
especially
thought of before.
I'm especially ready to talk about the thematic side of the movie because I've been thinking a lot about that, especially after GXK.
Yeah, I already have. I pretty much have like at least like a counter or two about like certain critiques towards KOTM's world building, pretty much as far as like as far as like the
Same here.
5 year, like how the 5 year gap is like sort of addressed and like how the advancements of Monarch and so on. But we will save that for
same
another
here.
time. We will save that for when the time comes to spring it.
Oh yes.
Anyways, back
Shall we
to the.
continue?
Yeah, we shall continue. Yeah, that's the thing about Godzilla King of the Monsters. It gets you talking, gets people talking about it, really. But anyways, let's listen to other people talk about it.
That the reason why I didn't show up for that much because y'all didn't give me my proper respect. The last one was called Godzilla. Now that ain't my name now. Godzilla. Shit, you call me Godzilla, you give me 2 seconds. Now you call me King of the Monsters. Call me by my proper name. Yeah, I'll be there for you. I'll tear some shit up for you. Because Godzilla said, something, that them bitches out for them.
It's funny that they say that, but it's like really Godzilla in this movie, he doesn't really tear up shit. It's more Rodan and Ghidorah doing that.
Yeah. No, when he arrives in Boston, the place is already basically leveled.
Yeah, yeah, that's. and even then, there's like, there's a couple, like, there's that one building he tackles Ghidorah into, but really, but even then, it's like he's not actively like destroying the buildings and everything there. He's fighting Ghidorah there, but
yeah,
it doesn't really matter because the city's evacuated. So
it's different to something like Honolulu or Pensacola, where he just shows up and wrecks shop. Granted, Honolulu
or Hong Kong,
accident. Hong Kong too,
or Hong Kong.
Honolulu was by partial accident, so
Honolulu was kind of more active.
Honolulu is he just walked through, and unfortunately, the place was not built for him. So that's the reason why he smashed up there. And then I'm trying to think. Killing the Monsters. What does he? There's the Antarctic base. There's a couple of things he knocks out. Oh, he blows up a few things because Ghidorah knocked him over whilst he was breathing. There was the building in Boston. Oh, he smashes Ghidorah's head into a building as well.
That too.
I suppose technically speaking, he did land on some buildings. I don't know if that counts though.
Oh yeah. I would probably put that under accidental destruction, or he was thrown there.
It wasn't even him. It was Ghidorah just dropping him from there. Which I will say, Godzilla from I think that dropping him from that high of a height to the point where like it's like it looks like it's like 10,000 feet, if not more. Probably should have killed him.
Feel good. That's not gonna feel
No.
good. That's not
No,
gonna
it's,
feel
like,
good.
it's
on
either going
you.
to kill him or cause apocalyptic destruction. It's
Yeah.
it's one of the few
Yeah,
times in the
'cause-
film you're like,
Yeah. I
'cause
pretty
that's-
much would have rather. Yeah. Sorry.
Because that is a 99,000. That is a 100,000 ton chunk of meat falling from the sky. I had to look
Yeah.
at his weight.
Yeah, and he's like high enough to where like he's literally like burning up, like as if he's like crashing down through re-entry. So
Yeah.
I mean,
to
so
be
yeah, it's a
fair,
bit.
I have looked up numbers about this thanks to Godzilla versus Kong and the whole Hollow Earth thing. I did look up numbers about terminal velocity and stuff like that. Essentially, Godzilla would hit terminal velocity before he finishes falling his own length.
Huh. Okay.
So where you see it in the film, Ghidorah lets go of him, and then like a second afterwards, he starts burning up. Yeah. So that would probably happen.
Cool. Interesting.
The reason I
So
looked it up is because when they had like they were going to the Hollow Earth, and it's like, okay, so how long would it actually take them to go through? And it's just like it would take them something like 15 hours to fall the distance at the terminal velocity. Like, Jesus Christ.
oh dang.
Which is covered somewhat with the whole wormhole things.
Yeah.
But then later on, when Godzilla's
which
blown a hole
basically-
through,
Yeah, the portal's basically acting as hyperspeed or something like that.
They're basically
yeah, so it was
Stargate.
also- I think they said something like 1,000 miles in a second or something like that, and it was like, oh, that's
Which
oh. But
I-
then later on, when Godzilla's blown a hole through, there's no portal there. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
a 15-hour trip for Kong.
Yeah, that's 60,000 miles in a second. How fast is light for reference?
Oh, here's the
That
thing. If
is-
Kong pretty much
Okay,
if
they
Kong
are
was going
travel by that logic, they would be traveling in miles per hour. Light for reference is 670,000. So they're traveling calculator real quick. I'm doing some math. I apologize.
So it's like a sixth the speed of light.
Yeah, 670,000. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So no wait, it's 670 million. Divided by 6. Come on, man. 60,000. I am sorry. I need to do some math real quick. So that is 111. That is 11,166.6 times the speed of six. That is pretty minimal. How fast is sound in reference? I'm sorry. I need to do math. My versus calc stuff is going on in here, okay? Sound. Sound is 761 miles per hour. That is wow. Good Lord.
Can we pretty much also address that if we're going by the logic of like Godzilla like burning up or just kind of having that effect going on him like before he passes like his own like heights and all that, what if it were to happen to Kong? Like he would just be like one crispy monkey.
Oh my
GBK,
god!
It's a man
like,
made
like
a
he
monkey
could
for
die,
Harambe.
GBK
It's the
would go
saddest
by
death
the
of a
logic.
gorilla since Harambe.
So basically, Kong could have died in GBK just by the logic of King of the Monsters.
Oh my god!
No.
For which scene?
I've just got this image
just
of
the-
like Godzilla standing next to the hole, and then this steak just flies out of the hole.
Oh my God! Here's a and you know what? I'll do you guys one better. I'll top that. In GXK, when after like the gravity flumpytism stuff, pretty much stops and they're all like falling. Like Kong, Shimo, Scar King, Godzilla, and all Tsuko, all of like Scar King's followers. They all should have been like ending up like that as well.
Oh my god!
So it would just be like that scene with the fireball in Disney's Dinosaur. It's like a bunch of pigs. There's like a whole bunch of like crying monkeys and Godzilla.
And maybe Shimo too.
Oh, Shima would be like
even
a comet.
Shimo, yeah, she'd be like a comet. Yeah. Oh my god. I didn't even. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. King of the Monsters. Yeah. I mean,
This is what I mean about whenever I talk about King of the Monsters and Godzilla versus Kong, because I did like quite in-depth reviews of both films. King of the Monsters will always have some detail that you haven't thought of before, or you haven't looked at before, or noticed it before, and makes you go, "Oh, that's really cool. That's actually kind of that's great." And then
yeah.
Godzilla versus Kong, there will be a detail you haven't looked at or thought about before. And go, "Oh wow, that's shit."
Yeah. So would you also say that you could say, as far as like the new detail making the movie look worse, would also apply to GXK? Because it seems that way.
GXK at this point has absolutely no grip on reality in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, basically everything makes it look bad. So, what is reality? I mean, what is the consistency and like distances and stuff like that? No, don't worry about it.
Hilariously,
GXK
Hilariously, I've been reading the novelization of GXK. The novelization feels far more grounded than the movie itself, which is a feat.
I do find novelizations generally try to explain certain things that the film doesn't.
But it's like the novelization does a pretty damn good job at making everything that happens actually make sense. Granted, I'm like 3-4 chapters into it, but so far, pretty much everything that happens does make sense. So,
yeah, it makes you wonder where was this.
I was going to say, I'd be interested to know how it makes sense of when Kong arrives at the Iwi village.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. Shout out to Greg Keyes for keeping this universe at least somewhat consistent.
Yeah,
at least the novels.
Yeah, MVP, I suppose. MVP, I guess. Yeah, and I would say even with King of the Monsters, like even if there is a problem, there could be even like a detail you'd find in it that would make it, that would at least mitigate whatever flaws in there. Like again about Godzilla being dropped from that high of a height, and going cooking up like that. It's like oh yeah, there is physics there that does generally line up with reality to some degree, as far as like Godzilla being able to do that re-entry sort of thing that quick the way he does in the film. Still doesn't fix how he survives the fall, but there's at least like a little bit of attention to detail where you're like, okay, you kind of paid attention at least somewhat.
Yeah, because he lands on his back, like right on the spines, or basically right there. He's flat on his back when he lands. Like, compare that to how he lands with the suplex in GXK. He twists his body to the side and lands on the side of it, on like the side of his body.
Don't remind me of that.
Hey. I will remind you of everything in that movie.
Because it's so cool, am I right?
Actually, to be fair, I found it amusing, the suplex. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's
same. Not only is just it came out of nowhere, but also just as a fun reference and kind of revenge for Kong doing the same thing in their first bash. Not in the MonsterVerse, but Kong did a suplex in '62. So
Oh yeah. Oh
Did he?
yeah, that's right. Oh, like a
yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I'll
Or at
report
least-
that back.
Or it was something akin to that. It was something similar to a suplex. I don't know if it's
he kind of
properly a
flipped
suplex,
him
but it was
pretty
something like that.
It's not a
Yeah.
full-on suplex because he didn't hold on to him the whole time, but it was kind of like I think he just kind of flipped him, pretty much
Yeah.
flipped him up
Yeah.
and behind. I mean, Kiryu kind of does something similar. Kiryu did something similar to Godzilla in Tokyo SOS.
I think it was like
so.
a judo throw or something. I think that's what it's called. A judo
I
throw.
think so. I'm gonna need to rewatch the Kiryu Saga. Specifically Tokyo SOS. It's been a bit since I've seen that one.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry for this digression, folks. Here we go. We got double toasted here. Talk about here.
Tangents. Gotta love them.
Tangents, yeah. They're the spice of life.
Yeah, no. I won't. I was getting you ducking me. Yeah. Call that punk ass Ghidorah out here. Call him. That's what I'm calling for. That's what people wait on. People wait for him to fight the classics. And people are saying that this is one of the most highly anticipated movies of the summer because of that reason that he is going to be fighting off against, much we love Godzilla. It's like Godzilla ain't Godzilla unless he beats somebody's ass. Sure. That's why you gotta have King Ghidorah. You gotta have Mom, Rodan. I ain't even get a guest appearance by Martin.
What? I didn't hear that.
Okay. So he said they pretty much said oh, Godzilla, in Godzilla unless he's beating someone's ass. So they bring in Ghidorah, bring in Mothra and Rodan, and they made a joke about maybe even Corey and Martin, which are the name of the two hosts here that we're listening to.
Huh.
So. Yeah, I mean, that last bit was kind of a funny little thing there. They were just being funny. Anyways, all right. Should we press on or?
It's
Yeah.
kind of difficult to hear sometimes, but yeah, keep going.
Anything else?
Get stepped on. Who else is big enough to take? Yeah, double toasted boys. One thing they say is we are going to give you plenty of fights, plenty of destruction. Those say we're going to have enough in the last one. We're going to give you that and then some. This one right here. Does that mean, though, that this is any good? I mean, we see a lot of stuff blowing up. All the time. We in that age, man, it's easy to blow stuff. Just superheroes killing people at the time by blowing shit up. They supposed to be helping people. They leave more destruction at the time than Godzilla. So that's not new. We say that all the time. But you don't see it with Godzilla. That must be something. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at this trailer right here.
Okay, they're showing some footage of the trailer, so I'm just gonna mute it a bit. All right. Second.
The first trailer for KOTM was good lord. I remember seeing that for the first time. The Comic-Con one.
Yeah.
I still remember seeing that for the first time and just losing my mind. Wow.
Yeah, the Comic-Con trailer was pretty dope.
And then the second trailer was better.
Yeah, the second trailer that got me going imagine grown ass man in his early to mid 20s losing his shit over that second trailer of Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Yeah.
I just
I was in seventh grade when the trailers first dropped, and good God, that movie was and still is the most hyped movie of my life. And God damn, did it live up to it?
Yeah, I think I was that was probably King of the Monsters 2018 was pretty much the most hyped that I had been for a movie before, like since like Dark Knight Rises, pretty much. Like there weren't really a whole lot even like Avengers Infinity War or Endgame didn't, get me as excited for them like King of the Monsters 2019 did, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was a lot of anticipation for it. Still hoping for a movie to get to kind of recapture that at some point, but
here's hoping for the next director to take it a bit more seriously.
Yeah, which
oh god,
yeah, hopes I will say, I mean, I kind of am hoping for that pretty much because like when you think about it, like you pretty much had like Gareth Edwards who did something small, pretty much took itself seriously, so they brought him in for Godzilla. Jordan Vogt Roberts, he did like an indie film, and he did Kong Skull Island. I mean, okay, maybe it's not like perhaps like a bit of a departure tone wise, perhaps. King of Monsters.
It's Kong Skull Island is still a little bit higher in scale, but not too much. Especially considering King Kong as a concept feels surprisingly grounded for what it's going for. Like, good lord.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be something like it'd be like on that. I think it probably would seem like a bit higher level than something like The Kings of Summer, which was that other film, which was that indie film that Jordan Vogt Roberts did before doing Kong. So
yeah,
not many people know about that. Michael Dougherty, saying that he was raised Catholic, but also pretty much pretty much Jew, was like enough of a fan of Godzilla to where he just incorporate Godzilla or giant monsters in stories with the Bible and everything. As well as the fact that he's done stuff that is kind of creature feature-esque, like Krampus had like moments of creature feature stuff, and Trick or Treat.
I liked Krampus. I really liked that one. I didn't even know it was the same guy until I saw what Michael Dougherty did. What movies he did.
Yeah, he also did Trick or Treat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie's awesome.
I haven't seen it. I probably will check it out, but yeah.
Let me just say, it is pretty much if Halloween is your favorite holiday and you pretty much love horror or slashers or what have you, Trick or Treat is pretty much the most Halloween movie you will ever see. Pretty much, it's even more so than the movies that are actually called Halloween.
Okay.
So Trick or Treat, it's got Halloween in its veins from top to bottom. And I fucking love that movie. Adam Wingard, yeah, he did. I mean, definitely a bit of when he did GVK and GXK, definitely a bit of a tonal departure from stuff that he did in the past, which are much darker.
He also had the weakest. He also had the weakest resume going into those movies. He did the Death Note live action one, which a lot of people, myself included, are incredibly mixed on. And then he also did the Blair Witch Project remake, which I have not seen and I probably won't.
It's not exactly a remake. It's more of a sequel. It's more of like a requel, like sequel / soft reboot sort of thing.
Okay.
I mean, I liked it, but it's certainly not great. But he also did a movie called You're Next, which was a slasher movie. Did not care for that one.
I haven't heard of that one. I know of the Blair Witch one, but I haven't seen it. I've seen the original one and I absolutely love it. And I have seen his Death Note remake, which was it was
If
certainly
that's the one
a
I'm
movie.
thinking of, it's not great.
What? The
If the Death Note film is the one that I'm thinking of, that is not
the
a good
Netflix
film.
one. The Netflix one from
Yeah, okay, yeah,
2017.
that's not great. That's not great.
Yeah, no, that one. Like on its own, I didn't watch the original anime until after watching that. It was something felt off about it, and then when I watched the anime itself, it all clicked. Okay, yeah, that's what went wrong. Just oh boy.
Just simply the bit that always really cements just how badly off the whole film is the introduction of Light Yagami to Ryuk. From in the anime, I think Light already starts killing people. But he gets the book, he reads the book, he's like, oh, I can kill people with this. And he starts killing people. Then Ryuk comes along and then they start interacting. And I think Light Yagami is scared of him, but he's like, "Oh, you've come to get me. Oh, okay. That I should have expected this." Or it's a completely different interaction to the autistic screaming of the live action character before he's then told, "Hey, why don't you try killing people?" It's just completely different and just yeah, it kind of destroys the whole dynamic.
Yeah, they just like the fact that you just take those like moments like out of order, like switch them, like invert them. Like that's usually not a good sign. um, and yeah, as far as like this new director who I think is like I, Grant Grant something Grant Spurrock.
Let me
Um,
find it.
yeah, yeah.
Director. Because let me find it somewhere. Next director for the MonsterVerse. No, it's not. That's a discussion.
I can't remember his name, but I
It's
do
the
know he
round
made
table.
I Am Mother, which is a
Yeah,
pretty good
yeah,
film, and
yeah.
it's
That
got
one.
it's
That
got high
one.
hopes for returning to the King of the Monsters complexity of
Yeah,
like hidden narratives.
yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't seen it. But I am very much aware of the movie. I've seen clips of it here and there, and I remember my first introduction to it was one of those movie recap videos of it. I should probably watch the movie itself, like just to
Yeah.
see
Oh,
what
definitely,
I'm in
definitely
for.
watch it twice because it's like King of the Monsters. We've got that first scene in with Madison and Emma. You watch it once, it says one thing. You watch it again, it says something different. And then as you're going through Kingdom Monsters, there's lots of little hidden details here and that. Look, one of my favorite ones, which I don't hear anyone talking about, and it's just so frustrating considering the meaning of it. When they enter Mothra's temple, and Emma says to the scientist, you look tired. Why don't you go take a break? You go get some rest." And he
Yeah,
says, "No, I'm not missing
Mm-hmm.
this." And that's
yeah.
basically her
She's trying to
telling,
save his
trying to,
life.
yeah, she's
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
save his life, and then he
Yeah,
gets shot. And it's like it's such a nice little detail. Even though she's doing the things that she's doing, she's still trying to do good. She's still trying to save people, but it just
Yeah,
doesn't work.
she's trying to mitigate. She's trying to mitigate as much as she can.
yeah,
Exactly,
yeah.
yeah.
It's like it works, but like yeah, I'll probably check out I Am Mother on my own time. I still need to finish up writing
Yeah,
something, but once I finish with that, I'll probably check it out.
yeah.
Because it does look
Hopefully they'll.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully this new guy, they'll let him like sort of like go. Considering that Warner Bros. Seem to be sort of letting the certain filmmakers like actually just kind of go in whatever direction they seem to be, they seem to like to lean into pretty much. Like even Wingard, like for better or for better or for worse, arguably worse
Okay.
to be fair. But
Okay, so I just
I
looked
know
up his
the best.
name. I just looked up his name, Grant Sputor, which interesting. Yeah. Also, they
yeah,
have one of the
yeah,
writers.
yeah.
Also, for the next one, they have one of the writers for who did a draft of Godzilla 2014. So he has experience with kaiju. And Shang-Chi, I would also consider a light kaiju movie. So
Yeah. Well,
or at least
Oh,
kaiju
yeah, I remember
inspired in a sense.
hello,
The
Godzilla
last
react.
act, I'd say.
Hello.
Yeah.
'Cause I-
Shang-Chi's like one of the better Phase 4 MCU movies, but even then, it has a lot of problems.
Yeah, it's. I wouldn't call it outright. I wouldn't call it outright bad, but I would not say it's great. I think. Yeah.
I'd say I enjoyed it for what it was. I definitely like the last act when like the dragon appears and stuff, and they have that final battle. I thought that was really cool.
Oh God. Oh God. See, I kind of, I did not care for that. I kind of wish that the movie was like a lot more grounded, where the most like fantastical thing about it was the 10 rings. Like, I really wish that they didn't. They just could have at least saved that. And like when they go to
Yeah.
another world and what have you.
Yeah, in a vacuum, I think, especially the final kaiju battle, it works. But in a vacuum, but like with, it just feels extremely jarring.
Is this stream about me? No, we're talking about we're pretty much covering Double Toasted's review on King of the Monsters, but we're just kind of going on a tangent, pretty much, because that's kind of what happens.
Yeah.
Anyways, good time to get back into things.
What did you ask?
Up, kind of backtrack. Yep.
Yo, thoughts. I'm God and bitch you not. Love that pose right there. Nothing else. I love that pose right there.
Yep. Yeah, they're still playing footage from the trailer, so.
His ass! Yeah! UFC 238. Some people easily satisfied. They just gonna be happy. It's not the 1998, which is a horrible movie, man. This is why people really love that the last one, which was
Oh, Vic, they said the 98 movie is horrible. Are you going to take that?
Just gotta say I disagree. It's my favorite Godzilla movie for sure. It's misunderstood, underrated.
A misunderstood classic, you say?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wisdom's did when you need him.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I am
I
slowly
think-
converting him behind the scenes.
Yeah. He said he might come on later, maybe.
Honestly, 98 works best as a non-Godzilla
Godzilla
movie.
movie.
Non-Godzilla. Beast from 20,000 Fathoms remake.
I'm taking over this stream right now.
No,
Godzilla
you're
98
not.
debate going down
No, you're not.
right now. Sorry, Steve.
No, you're not.
You
No,
open
you're
the
not.
gates.
Look,
You open
Vic,
the
if it
gates.
makes you feel any better, I do have some nostalgic connection to that movie, being the second Godzilla movie I saw, and the one and with my mom showing me that one. So
I have a little bit of nostalgia connection for it, but I'm still going to call it a terrible Godzilla movie.
I'm not calling it terrible. I'm just saying it works best as not a Godzilla movie.
To be fair, I will say there's a couple. There are some Godzilla movies that I would say are worse than 98. There are some.
Anime.
That. I may even, if you push me hard enough, I may even say Godzilla vs. Megaguirus. And that movie was made as another Godzilla movie that was made in response to 98. Which the Millennium Era kind of generally was, when you think about it. Like Godzilla 2000, GMK, Final Wars.
All the Godzilla eras, except for Showa, are all made in response to American efforts.
So what
Yeah.
you're saying
Yes.
is 98 was so good it created eras. That's what you're saying, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Huh.
It was that good.
Right. From a certain point of view.
Its quality was that good that they had to make an era, a Japanese era, to just sort of follow on from
What was
it.
that?
Yeah.
The Reiwa era followed after 2014.
Yeah, absolutely. Ray White era was just I think I described it in was it when I was talking to Omnivore, or was it in my Simon Pegg video? The Ray White era is basically a songwriter, an original
Yeah, you're cutting out a
songwriter
bit.
making a tribute act to a tribute act of his original song.
Yeah. Yeah. The Reiwa era was definitely made after 2014, pretty much, or started.
Well,
So do you guys
okay,
consider them separate eras, quote unquote? Like Rayra versus Monsterverse and stuff? Or
I don't know. I think it's hard to really say. Some people could perhaps argue that the MonsterVerse started the Reiwa era in I'm not even. I don't know. Like
I mean,
I
it
don't make the
categorically did.
rules about it. like I don't.
Toho destroyed
I
their
don't know.
water tank after Godzilla Final Wars to say, "Yep, we're done making Godzilla films. We are done. We are absolutely done. We're not making any more Godzilla." Oh, wait, hold on a minute. 2014 was actually really good. Quick, let's make a Godzilla film.
Let's make Shin Godzilla.
Yeah, I remember seeing a meme about Toho's logic at one point. It was like the Americans did a bad Godzilla movie. Let's make our own movie. The Americans did a successful Godzilla movie. Let's make our own movie. It's so funny to me.
Yeah,
Just
basically.
can't give the big guy a break. And then we got -1 from that. So
Yeah.
after 5 hiccups, I want to say.
It's like
four,
they went traditional
5
with Shin
debatable.
Godzilla. They went traditional Shin Godzilla, and then they went like, okay, how weird can we go with this?
Yeah.
Then we had Planet of
Then they ended up
Monsters, which was a planet of not, which was not that.
A planet of one monster.
2.
Yeah.
And then
If you want to be technical.
Then they made Singular Point, which was that was a thing.
That was a mess of a movie, of a show, of an anime.
Thank you.
And then
calling it a mess is putting it mildly. Good God.
Yeah.
Whose films and series push the boundaries of what exactly you can call something Godzilla? Because okay, so what is Godzilla? Well, in Planet of the Monsters, he's a giant plant? Question mark. It's okay, what is he in Singular Point? He's a I don't even know what you would describe. He's a fish. Then he's Gabra. Then he's
no,
he's Titanosaurus.
No, he's not Gabra. That's a different thing entirely. He's Titanosaurus. Then he's Varan. Then he's Gorosaurus. Then he's Godzilla.
Yeah. Basically Singular Godzilla, the Singular Point Goji is basically Shin Godzilla with the with like having various forms and that evolves it from and into. Only instead of just creating unique designs of their own, they just pillage other monster designs from monsters unrelated to Godzilla just say, oh, this is a form of Godzilla.
Which is not just boring, but it's actively insulting both to the kaiju themselves, but also to the designers of said kaiju.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's
Singular
it's,
Point wasn't very good, was it?
And yeah,
Oh no, it wasn't.
no, it was shit. It was absolute shit.
Genuine. Why is it so hard to make a Godzilla anime? The '98 series got it right. The Hanna-Barbera series got it right. Why are you making
okay.
this so hard?
Yeah, I know,
I
right?
referenced one of the 98 series episodes because I remember watching them when I was younger. And there's this one of the episodes Godzilla fights a frost monster of some kind. And
Yeah.
when they used their breaths against each other, they would
Mhm.
cause like hurricanes and like violent storms because it's like massive heat and massive cold clashing to create like climate issues. And I remember and I thought of that when I saw Shimu in Godzilla X Con, and I was waiting for a Godzilla Shimu beam off that would then result in that. I was like, oh, this is absolutely going to happen. Of course, it's going to happen. They've got the pink and the blue and the contrasting colors going on. This has to happen. Oh, the film's finished.
No, we had the beam clash. The thing is, Shimo's ice went around the atomic breath.
What?
Did it?
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember that at all.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't remember
I
that.
remember that. Or it was something like that.
Well,
Like I remember seeing that.
you might be talking about the scene where after Godzilla scares Scar King away, he blasts Shimo for a
On
good
the
while,
fly.
and then Shimo tries to hit him back, but then he tackles her before
Yeah.
he can get hit
No,
by
I
it.
remember I remember they did have a beam clash at one point.
I don't remember that at all.
It was.
She
I don't remember
froze
I
that.
remember it was
Godzilla.
It was towards the ending of the Battle of Rio. So I think it was like. I think it
I
was
haven't rewatched the film yet, so
before.
if this potentially could be in it, I will be rewatching the film at some point to then
I
go through
am
it and
the number
absolutely
one
dissect
GXK
it.
fan, so I know what I'm talking about when I have no idea what someone else is
Granted,
talking
I've only
about.
seen the movie twice, so yeah, I'll probably check it again, see if I'm right.
I mean,
but I do.
I would
But I very
remember
much
something
remember
like
something
that.
like that.
Yeah, I would remember
I
something like that happening if I had seen it. But I honestly don't. I do
So you
not
admit to
remember
not
I
seeing
having
that
know,
seen
at all.
GXK.
I know she freezes him at one point, and then he
Yeah,
uses his heat
she
to break
freezes.
out of it.
Yeah, she
I
freezes
know
him during
she
the. She
blasts
freezes
it
him during the
towards the
Hollow Earth
sky.
fight.
Yeah, she blasts it towards the sky, and then at Kong, when he blocks it, she tries to
Mothra,
blast Godzilla, but he
Mothra
tackles her.
apparates towards Shimo.
Yeah, she
During
hits.
when after Shimo freezes Godzilla.
Yeah, she hit
Sorry,
him with
go ahead.
her dust attack, the same one that she used to push Godzilla off of Kong. So, and then I know Godzilla blasts the sky to get rid of Shimo's previous storm that she
After
caused in the beginning.
after she turns good and after Scar King is defeated, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they never clashed directly.
Anyways, back to the video.
That concludes our brief
That's what, like,
98
I know, it's
debate.
like it gets a pass.
Yeah, brief 98 ripping. Which, of course, you have to. Anyways.
Mm-hmm.
2014. That's why people. I know. It's like it gets a pass just because it's not that. Yeah, it gets a pass because Godzilla ain't out there rapping with Poof Daddy. You know. Yeah, I understand, man. You know, he's like, you know what? Let's just said it for me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I hate it when people are just all like, "Oh, people just giving 2014 a pass because it wasn't 98." It's like, no, we're
Like,
giving 2014 a pass
even-
because it was good.
even if you don't like either one of them, at least like that's even if you don't like 98 or do, there's still like you don't need the opportunity to diss on one by saying this other one, at least it's not that. It's just, I mean, I'm guilty of saying something like that before, but it's like, bruh, that's not only disrespectful to the people who actually put their effort into the movie that you're dissing, but also just, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of just one of those things. Of
2014 is
like,
good in its own right.
Yeah.
yeah,
is.
it's at a point where like we're pretty much
But
at
it's
a
also
point now
not-
where like
It's also not perfect, though. So, like,
Oh no, it's
so,
not perfect. Cough, Luke's cough.
no, yeah, no, yeah, it's not perfect. But yeah, like we're pretty much past the point now where where we could just keep dissing 98 just because just for brownie points. It's just like, no, it's like, look, we all know 98 was bad. Let's just move on from it. It's not even the worst Godzilla movie, or even as a movie that shouldn't even be
anything, if anything, there's far worse pieces of Godzilla media in recent memory that you can go after. Polygon trilogy.
Yeah, and they were all made by
my take-
Toho.
My take
Yeah.
with 2014 would be, it's a really good film. For me, it would be the perfect film if they had the airport fight on screen. That's my stance on 2014. Would be perfect with that fight. And then with the 98
Yes.
regards, I think 98 handles Godzilla better in terms of screen time and like presence in the film, because we don't see him until like an hour or something in, and then they cut away from him. Like there's that thing where like the Gareth said, like they did the Jaws thing where they don't show the monster, but I think 98 does that better than 2014 because it actually understands the point of the rule. Because like in Jaws, it's not like the shark comes in an hour in. The shark is there, you just don't see him, but he's still physically there, and you feel the presence in every scene. That 98 did better than 2014, whereas like 2014 doesn't show Godzilla. It doesn't have him an hour in. It does not like show any action, monster action.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Follow him.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta mute for a second here.
All right.
You see what I mean about 98 does have more Godzilla in it, and Godzilla does have emotionality in that film. It must be said. You can't ignore the fact that you're watching the big lizard looking sad and looking angry and stuff like that. So to that point, he does. He does better than Shin Godzilla.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that. Wow. I had a full-blown argument yesterday with someone about whether or not Shin Godzilla actually has a character. No, he fucking doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't.
I said it.
All he does.
Have you watched my Fractured Diamond video?
No. I've been meaning to get around to it, but no, not yet.
It's split into parts, but essentially, I compare him to the walking Buddha statue.
I would say there's like there are moments in Shin Godzilla, like the first half of in moments in the movie where where you kind of get the sense that maybe but it's like only in like inference, and if you like really try to read into it, like blood gushing out of his gills, it's like, well, I mean, he could be in pain, perhaps.
The spark for the argument I had yesterday about that was who will know, and like saying, oh, who will know is this beautiful piece and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I get that, but I can barely hear it over the atomic breath sequence. Thus, it makes Shin's character inconsequential.
Yeah, and the fact that you have to like listen to the lyrics of a song just to differentiate, just so you could decipher this Godzilla's character, that's not good. Like that,
Yeah,
like all those things, all
compared
that things.
I compared the atomic breath sequence to Godzilla's introduction in -1, as well as later the Takao sequence and the decompression scene, like when he rises out of the water after being decompressed. Like pain for the decompression sequence, Godzilla is shaking in that scene. Like he is visibly shaking, visibly straining, and very, very, very clearly hurt.
Yeah.
Whereas for the other sequences, like Godzilla furrows his brow. He actively growls or even smiles multiple times.
Yeah.
You get a sense of who this character is. Shin, I'd say the only time we see specifically the fourth form react to like have any semblance of a character outside of a song was him roaring in pain after having the bombs dropped upon him. And maybe
Yeah,
even
exactly.
when the trains go kaboom.
Yeah, maybe. Shin, Godzilla in the singular point, Godzilla Earth, even Godzilla Phileas, also in the Polygon trilogy. None of them have any like discernible character traits that you could decide, that you could figure out, that you could see without like actively like going outside of the source to just try to figure out what they're even thinking. Yeah.
There's no.
I would love to do a Shin Godzilla 98 comparison and just go through exactly what one film does better than the other. Because I've said it before. I said it out just like off the cuff, like, oh, I think God 98 might be better than Shin Godzilla, and then a lot of points are brought up about how 98 does things wrong. But having
Zim
this
and I kind of had
conversation,
to talk about
I'm probably
just
gonna do something
pointing
like
out the fact that Godzilla has a character in Godzilla 98. I'm still wondering.
Yeah. Have you seen Pointless Hub's video on Godzilla 98? Because
no, I haven't. No.
Because he makes the claim that he doesn't. He's more like an animal. Animals have characters. Like animals have
animals do have characters. Have you not? Have they not seen animals?
No, I believe he has. He was pretty charitable with the movie itself, but it's like that's one thing that he didn't really get correct.
Well, here's the thing. He said he never even grew up watching 98. It was like he never even seen it during his childhood. It was like only like a recent viewing that he even watched it for the first time. So you can at least say it's not from a nostalgic perspective of like, rose tinted glasses pretty much. So, which is kind of kind of interesting,
He also did a pretty good review on Godzilla 2014, and shout out to his Pacific Rim review as well. Good lord, that one's really fun.
Yeah, his Pacific Rim Uprising video also pretty fun. There was like even points in that video that was like, damn it, I wish I had just held off on my essay video series of Pacific Rim Uprising before finding out about all these points. Like for example, like the fact that there was like the original idea for Pacific Rim 2 to just have a twist where the precursors were humans from the future the whole time, like to just get a point of like humans created the kaiju,
I do not like that. I do not like that.
Would have
premise.
Ripped the entire story apart, but that would have ripped the entire narrative of Pacific Rim apart, but it would have also been really funny. So
yeah, so it just kind of gets to the point where like, damn, maybe Pacific, like he even at the end of that video, he even says like, maybe some movies just aren't meant to have sequels. And it's like if Del Toro like came up with this terrible idea for a sequel, then yeah, maybe Pacific Rim 2 was just doomed. And I hate to say that. Yeah, like when the original creator comes up with a terrible idea for a sequel, it's just like, shit, what? Now what? Like, I guess we should just stick with the first movie and not even and just move on.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, we had a good, yeah, that there was only one Pacific Rim movie, and yeah, I mean, there was that Pacific Rim the Black show, which was kind of neat. But
I
yeah,
liked
let's
it.
just move
I
on.
liked it.
I liked it too.
Yeah, yeah, it was neat. It's not bad. It actually capitalizes on some ideas that Uprising tried to do, like the kaiju drone hybrid stuff, and actually does something kind of neat with it.
Yeah. It works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
back to the video. We're like an hour and a half into this stream. Holy shit! We gotta move on.
So many tangents.
I know.
I'm partial to this because, again, in the last movie, I'm glad we did this. Something else I didn't like about the 1998 Godzilla that they made a villain. Made her. She found out it was a female.
98's not even a villain. It's just an animal that's kind of looking for. Essentially just trying to survive, really. So a bit of a misrepresentation.
Why is this
know.
discussion? Why is this stream so much more 98 focused now? Like, how is it getting so much more 98 focused and not KOTM focused?
I don't know.
Influences reach far and wide.
But it was made by people who had no clue as to what Godzilla was. Giant lizard, right? All right, we got this. And they made a giant lizard. Giant iguana, man, with biceps and leg muscles. I'm a child of the 70s. A little bit of the 80s, but I grew up in the 70s and the 80s. But in the 70s, Godzilla was all about the children.
Yeah, he's playing the intro to the Hanna-Barbera show. So just mute it for copyright reasons.
I just heard the words Godzilla was all about the children. Is that sorry?
Well, he was like in the, I think he kind of grew up on like the later Godzilla stuff. Well, basically the Godzilla movies where he's like kind of just doing monster fights pretty much. And
we just had a stream that was basically that topic. Well, you had that with Zim, and it was just like,
yeah. Well, he's not saying Godzilla's supposed to be silly. I think he's not necessarily. He's just saying he grew up on like the Hanna-Barbera cartoon and what have you. So
fair enough.
He's not saying something so definitive like, oh, Godzilla's always meant to be silly or stupid. Pretty much, it's not like that other guy. Pretty much, not like that.
I went back and watched the stream. I've seen the whole thing twice now. Good God, this video was worse than I remember. Nobody has a fond memory of Return of Godzilla. I can name one person who actually does. Up from the depths.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah.
Dude did an entire video about that.
Yeah, that's... yeah, Zim, like, Zim just, like, going, oh! During that.
Did
the part when the ads start playing.
I did not watch that stream. No, it sounds like I missed something.
You did.
You did.
You missed a lot.
Shit.
I'll try and get on that one then.
Joe Biden made a cameo.
Sorry?
Joe Biden made a cameo in it. There was an ad of like a presidential election ad. Joe Biden showed up where he said, cut the malarkey. And Zim's like, cut the malarkey, Sleepy Joe. I don't care.
It's a fun stream to watch
then.
A lot happens on the Zimcast.
What?
Yeah, great.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Godzilla Godzilla like that. You my intro all
Yeah, Godzilla shows
Well, I
up.
told you stay in the car. Godzuki, but I love Godzuki though. You know, I always admired the ones where Godzilla was a hero for the children and all the people. There's a movie that I grew up with. It counts kind of the 70s, 1969. It was it had a lot of titles. It was Revenge of Godzilla, Attack All Monsters. So yeah. Son of Godzilla.
That was 1970.
1969. He said it was close to the 70s, so yeah,
close
he's
enough.
referencing. Yeah, he's referencing Godzilla's Revenge or All Monsters Attack. He just kind of got the title mixed up for both the U.S. and Japanese. I don't know how, but there you go. Yeah. Oh God, that movie shit.
I'd say it gets too much of a bad rap, but it's not the best one in his catalog. But I feel it gets a little bit too much hate.
Yeah.
He was admitting proud on a lot of drugs. He just thought he saw Godzilla. Godzilla, man, that's a cat.
I mean, the movie, is it just a dream?
It's a dream. It's using stock footage from a lot of other Godzilla movies, and he dreams of going to Monster Island.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, it was silly, but it's the one that everybody sees. When you see Son of Godzilla and Little Minya, it's probably from this movie.
Yeah, we're just kind of muting it because there's trailer footage.
Godzilla as a hero. The reason why I really like it is because with Godzilla as a hero, to me that raised the level of this film. Gave you something to root for. It made him a character more than just a mindless creature just tearing things up.
Mindless creature tearing things up.
That is a blatant falsehood, especially considering the original 54 Gojira has a very blatant character.
Yeah,
Like,
and
holy
even
crap.
he said like he prefers like Godzilla as a hero because he's like fighting other monsters as opposed to the ones where he's a villain because he just seems like a mindless monster tearing up stuff.
I'd say he's right, minus the mindless part.
Mindless?
'Cause, like,
You're saying he's right about the mindless part. That's
minus the mindless
Oh,
part. Because you can give animals
Okay.
reason, and thoughts, but there's
Yeah.
a difference between that
Yeah,
and
animals-
a fleshed out character.
yeah, animals aren't mindless. What's going on here, Fresh to Madge? We are reacting to Double Toasted's review on Godzilla King of the Monsters 2019. We got on quite a lot of tangents, though, so we're only like a third of the way through now. Hopefully we'll just move things along here. But yeah, that I don't understand that comment. He even if he is like an animal that's like destroying stuff for territorial reasons or lashing out. That he's still not mindless. It's just I don't understand that comment from Corey here.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels weird. All right. Should we continue? Or is it playing?
And you know what? That is kind
I can't hear it.
Yeah, me too.
Same here.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
My plan worked. It is my stream now.
Mutiny.
so the reason Godzilla 98 is the best Godzilla film ever made.
Let's go. Well, okay. One genuine positive I will say for the movie is the design. Good God, that is a really good design. Like
I mean, yeah, the fact that Godzilla 2000 is designed the way he is, when you go from the Heisei era Godzilla, which was just like a beefy Showa era, and then you go to Godzilla 2000,
Nope.
that looks very similar to Godzilla 98. I think it says a lot about the design quality of Godzilla 98, even if he was meant to be designed deliberately counter to what most people think of Godzilla.
Yeah. Also, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like for some reason, like the signal just like went out, so for a moment, but
Oh.
yeah. All right, so what did I miss? As your host, did Vic try to start an uprising?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, I was trying to cover for you.
Okay, so yeah, so I didn't miss out on much. Okay, so we tried. Yeah, he was pointing out. All right, so Double Toasted. They were trying to suggest that Godzilla was doing. You know, talk about how Godzilla would often strike a hero pose, pretty much when he's a good guy, such as when he shoots his atomic breath into the sky, like we see in King of the Monsters.
I don't remember that many instances of him striking a hero pose in any way, shape, or form.
Well, the part where, the rebirth scene, pretty much.
Oh, I thought you meant in general. Like across the franchise. I thought you meant like in general across the franchise, not in the movie. Okay. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it's kind of meant to be like this moment where Godzilla's like triumphantly like rising out of the water, pretty much powered up and ready to kick some ass, pretty much with the Bear McCreary's cover of Fuka Base Godzilla theme. So
yeah.
There is, I suppose you could say, the bit where he faces off against Ghidorah, and they do their pose off.
Yeah,
that is quite literally a pose. So you could say that as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna check to see if the stream's still going here, just so we're, because
it's still going on my end.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just checking if it's like still live on YouTube. So give me just a moment.
Looks like it. So.
Okay. All right. If it's are you pulling up YouTube on your end?
I have it played on my end.
The stream? Okay, good. All right.
Yeah,
so,
I just muted it. So
Fresh Madge says, in a sense, it's still going. Okay. All right. So if it's still going on Minecraft World's End, and then we should be good. All right. Good.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. The live chat is still here. The stream is still going on. So.
All right.
It's all about with this, they do a lot of fan service. It's even with some of the shots, one of the cool things about making Godzilla is that he was
dead as fuck. Fresh Match is saying that. I guess it's saying because of viewership. All right. Anyways, moving along. That's okay.
Like a fan pose for people. He would actually embrace being a big ass giant hero.
Yeah, just showing atomic breath in the air.
That shot right there. They might as well. That's a Michael Jackson moment. They might as well just had to tear his shirt off.
I'm sorry. Did he just call that a Michael Jackson pose?
He's saying it like a Michael Jackson pose. When Godzilla
I'm sorry, that is hilarious.
I'm struggling to. What was a Michael Jackson pose? I can't even think of what that could be.
He's saying that Godzilla shooting atomic breath in the air in King of the Monsters, it's like a badass moment, like Michael Jackson doing a thing, like when Michael Jackson's like, ah.
Okay.
Yeah, like it. Not exact. It's not exactly that. It's like it, like akin to it, similar. Like evokes Michael Jackson. I don't.
If squint and then turn sideways and face north.
It's not meant to be. I don't think it's meant to be a serious point. It's just kind of supposed to be funny, pretty much. But it's
Yeah, that's just that is funny.
it is funny. It is. I kind of like it. Yeah, that's Devil Toasted for you.
Big time.
He knows when he has an audience. He's like, I'm gonna give him a chance to get the camera out.
Oh man, yeah,
Get out your phones.
yeah.
You do a selfie.
People taking selfies right there, getting radiation. When you see him working with humans, it's pretty cool. Like that is really, that moment gave me chills when I saw Godzilla with, like, you saw it in the trailer, but to see him in action with those jets behind him,
Yeah,
working together, man.
Yeah,
you know?
no, that's a cool shot.
Yeah, it is.
yeah, badass.
Oh god.
Yeah, it just takes it pretty much takes humanity and Titans like coexisting and just like having it just come to come to a head.
That scene where Godzilla is charging into battle against Ghidorah with Monarch at his back. That is my favorite scene in the entire kaiju genre. So, oh god, so wow.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think if that's been done before. I can't think of any time that's been done before. Like Godzilla and the military side by side charging an enemy. I don't think that's been done before.
I think the closest thing I can think of is not even from a Godzilla movie, but the ending of Gamera 3, basically when the military declares that they will stand alongside Gamera while he's going to destroy the Gyaos, which even then we don't even see them rally behind him. All we see is just Gamera walking in the middle of a flaming city before it cuts to credits. I think that's it. That's the closest I can think of.
Huh.
And maybe Gamera 2's final battle. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll let you speak on that because I haven't seen them. So anyway, I mean, I know I need to. I know.
They're on YouTube, so
Yep.
you can find them pretty easily.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, and they actually say we got your back. And it's moments like that. There are moments in here where people actually touched Godzilla. I don't know if it's a Japanese thing or what, but what's his name?
Ken Watanabe.
Ken Watanabe, man. Him and Godzilla close. I think he wants Godzilla.
I got it imagine after a while.
Yeah, he was always arguing.
He was fanboying over Godzilla. Like,
What? You will die. You will make to be the godlike. And make it
tell me you feel this too.
Yeah. No one will love you like I love you, Godzilla. You like, get your head off me, man. You're like, hey man, you don't take your head off here right now.
Yeah, he's talking. They're referencing like when Serizawa is like coming up to Godzilla and just places his hand on him. Yeah, but they're doing like a comedic spin on it, pretty much. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
I have a lot of points about that for my debate because I've had a lot of conversations about that scene specifically. So,
yeah, people tend to see that scene in the most negative way possible and just incredibly bad faith in it.
Well, in the case of Double
I can understand why people do.
Yeah.
In the case of Double Toasted, though, it's not really in a negative light. It's just kind of making light of it.
It's just
they're
having
making
some fun
of it.
Yeah. Well.
Which,
yeah.
fair enough.
And they're not even making fun of it at its expense. Pretty much, it's just kind of, But yeah. Anyway.
There's even a moment with Godzilla, like he's Jesus. They say he died for us. Yeah, there's I think on that level, it kind of works. Those are you really get triumphant moments when you have Godzilla as a true hero. Like, because Godzilla's always been like that's like somebody say like, look, I'm cool as long as y'all are working with me. Moment one, he's just swerved the wrong way and just nudge my ass. That's it. I'm killing all you motherfuckers. The moment I get one idea that somebody's against me, but he's like, if y'all work with me, because that's the thing. He's like, look, y'all see all these things in here. Y'all know I'm here to save the planet. Like, I'm one of the biggest defenses that y'all have against anybody tearing this planet up. If y'all don't give me my respect for that, I will. This shit. You know what? If I can't have Earth, nobody gonna have this shit.
I find that interesting that they have that take when, up to this point, with 2014 and King of the Monsters, you don't really get that vibe at all that Godzilla would even actively attack them, humanity, even if humanity was attacking them, pretty much.
Yeah, like he barely retaliates to something like the cannon fire on the Golden Gate Bridge. Actually, he barely even reacts to that. And
right.
even then, it's likely more of annoyance rather than genuine rage.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's bothering him. Even if it's not killing him, it's definitely bothering him to the point where it's just like we're just like, oh, stop that! What the hell are you doing? Oh God, I'm smashing to the bridge. Shit. It's kind of more like that, pretty much.
Yeah,
it's the equivalent. It's the equivalent idea of somebody getting annoyed by gnats and then committing all-out war on the gnat species. Just no.
Yeah,
that just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, gnats are annoying, but I wouldn't start World War III with them. So, if anything, this description that they just give of Godzilla just being willing to attack humanity if they just overstep on him, that's more in line with what we see of him post KOTM in GVK and GXK. That's more closer than anything. But even then, he's still in those movies. He's reacting to. He's not reacting because of the military. He's reacting to because of Mechagodzilla or Ghidorah being used for Mechagodzilla, or Scylla attacking Rome, or something coming up
or Kong coming to the surface.
Yeah, or something with Scar King, potentially coming back. So it's not even
the only real one I would the only sequence in the Wingard movies that I would actively say Godzilla when Godzilla attacked unprovoked was Tiamat, and that's not even because I'm still pissed about them wasting her. It's just functionally speaking, it's why did you have to do this specifically?
Yeah, for me, it's a shame that they wasted Tiamat, but really, even then, I could let that go if it wasn't for the fact that Godzilla just kind of was somewhat assassinated as a character in that scene.
Yeah, Tiamat for all intents and purposes, Scylla makes sense. Scylla, fair enough. But Tiamat, unless it was a personal grudge, which debatably it isn't.
No.
Because the comics are debatably non-canon. It doesn't make sense for Godzilla to just do something like that.
Right. Yeah, especially when he's already powered up by the nuclear power plant, by the nuclear plant in France, pretty much. So, yeah.
I would argue it was the urgency of the matter and that Godzilla needed something that she had.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay,
well,
but
again,
you still didn't have to kill her.
Yeah, and he didn't. Well, yeah, and here's the thing. As far as he knows, Shimo may not even have been around, because I think maybe from what I recall, the backstory about Scar King doesn't really. I don't know. We'll save that for. We will save that for. We're gonna have to save that for another time because that's just we could go on and on about that.
We could be here for a while on that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit me up for that GVK stream, Sea Monster.
GXK, you mean?
Yeah, GXK. Or the Wingard movies in general. I'm the number one Wingard fan.
Yeah, planning on
Also, out of curiosity, how long is the video that we're watching?
The video is 35 minutes long, but we did skip a couple minutes because they were doing a sponsor. So say about like.
Okay.
So, anyways.
I think on that level, you will get what you want if you're a Godzilla fan. You're somebody who's been, especially if you complained about the last one, saying, "Man, okay, this is cool." I'm waiting to get to some classic Godzilla territory with the next one. I think you're going to get that here. How you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think about how Alien doing things in a lot of people's mind. The whole show it, you save the creature, but yes, sometimes you do, but most of the time when people are there for something, you need to recognize that and put it out there.
Yeah,
and that's what that last movie, like, you don't hold it back and make it a big surprise. Like, you know what he looks like. don't cock tease me. Get it out there. Now this movie here, it acknowledges that, like, yeah, that was some bullshit before. We've had Kong.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was bullshit before. No, it wasn't. No, it's still talking about, still giving 2014 that shit about Godzilla not being in it all that much. Jeez, I'm so. We can gladly move on from. I can gladly move on from that, but yeah, just want, yeah, might as well.
Skull Island, where you got to see plenty of Kong. There's no time to bullshit now. And besides getting Godzilla and all your favorite monsters, this is that movie where if somebody says, "Well, this is for the fans," it's like, hell yes, it is. But the difference is, it's not only for the fans. Because I like Godzilla. I grew up watching.
Only fans. What?
Man, I don't.
Hold on a second. Give me a minute.
I think you were saying that whereas Godzilla 2014 was meant to be like a tease all the way to the end of the film, it was meant to be more like a traditional blockbuster type film. Godzilla King of the Monsters was a film made for Godzilla fans, but also made for general audiences. Which I would argue, yeah, it was, because I went to see the film with my mate. My mate is not a big Godzilla fan, but we both came out of the film going, "Wow, that was brilliant."
Yeah, I remember going with my childhood best friend who introduced me to Godzilla, another friend of mine who's a more casual fan of Godzilla in general, and my brothers, neither of which are Godzilla fans. So, and all five of us came out of the movie and said, "Yep, that was awesome."
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta get myself some dinner. I'm gonna get myself some dinner. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, correction. One of my brothers is a King Kong fan, and the other one is not a kaiju fan in any sense. So, but yeah, all five of us came out of that movie and said we loved it. We loved it. So
I think there's a point of comparison. My sister wanted to take my nephews to see Godzilla 2014, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll go see it again," which helped her because then she was like, "I need to go to the loop. I don't know when to go." I was like, "Wait." She's like, "Is there anything going to happen?" I was like, "Yes, there's the airport scene. You're going to have to wait a minute." But at the end of the film, when we left, her kids were just like, they were ecstatic about the film. They were just talking about it and raving about it, and yeah, that was Godzilla 2014. So for people to say that it was like lacking Godzilla or it was too dark to see anything, or hell, I've seen people say it's boring. I offer that as evidence that no, it wasn't, because my young nephews really liked it and came out of it really excited. So clearly, Gareth Edwards was doing something right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Granted,
I left super happy
when I went to see King of the Monsters, I had just ended my 7th grade. So my brothers were in 5th and 3rd grade respectively. But we were still able to enjoy it for what it was, even even if two of us aren't exactly Godzilla fans, and one of us was a casual fan, barely much knowledge, and then me and my best
Filthy
friend were
casual.
pretty hardcore fans. So like we had basically the entire spectrum for that screening, and all five of us came out and said we enjoyed it. So, but like, yeah, I didn't see 2014 theatrically, though 2014 was actually my informal introduction to Godzilla. Being that childhood best friend telling me about the movie was the first time I ever heard of Godzilla as a character, like the name. So that was something.
Oh, interesting. My
Yeah.
introduction was my dad taping the Showa era films off the TV. They used to do midnight showings of it on Channel 4, and he would tape them for me, and then I would wear the tapes down, watching them over and over again.
What was your first movie for Godzilla? What was your first Godzilla movie?
That's a very interesting question. I think I was too young to remember exactly which one was the first one. I do know I watched Son of Godzilla a lot.
Yeah, my first one was Godzilla versus Mothra 64, the original one.
Oh, interesting.
My first
Yeah.
one was catching Godzilla '98 on the television as like a three-year-old kid. Just channel surfing.
Nice.
Yeah, you see a lot of like YouTube reviewers and that. A lot of them will say, as like most people, my first introduction to Godzilla was Godzilla '98. And you're like, oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah, that
All right, I'm back.
like if you were introduced to that, fine, but he's gone. But like if you're introduced to that, fine, okay, but like at least you've seen other movies. So you've seen other
What?
Godzilla movies and
Other movies? What are you talking about?
Like other
There are
Godzilla
no other
movies.
movies. There are no other. It's only Godzilla. No other movies.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Anyways, where'd he go?
Probably internet issues.
There he is.
Sorry about that. Went out again. Hold on.
Oh, you live. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about this. I don't know. So I went. Yeah, I pretty much went ahead and got myself some dinner, and yeah, next thing I know, the stream goes out again. I'll have to figure that out. All right. So is everything still? Is it still going on? Everyone else is in.
Yeah, still here.
Yeah. Live stream itself is still going on my end. So.
Okay. All right. Back to the movie or the video.
Lord at all. I gotta say they pulled it off here with putting everything in here that I could want, to where I was like, I did get it before, I get it, and the science of it is just, it's goofball city. It's just you started and you would go down a rabbit hole and never stop pointing out all the things that define science and physics and everything that you've ever known. I wouldn't even use that word. No, science has no place in this. They try. Wackiness they give us. Yeah, wackiness. They do so much for radiation in this thing, and especially now that Chernobyl is on, the people are watching that. You got a clue as to what radiation do, and they just play around with it. Like, yeah, it's fully radiated now. It's like, yeah, you guys are all dead.
All right. So does anyone have anything to say on that?
I couldn't hear him.
Oh, no, shit. Okay. They kind of like were meant to talk about how the film sort of, just sort of doesn't really doesn't really pay much mind about how radiation works, pretty much, and how there's like and what have you. So I don't know if
Doesn't
anyone has.
pay it. How did they work that one out?
Yeah, it's like I think it maybe it could. I mean, because there's like some instances where like oh yeah, people are like have like some suits on like Serizawa kind of like going through into the place, which I mean is already like like sort of like a death sentence, pretty much just going in there. Like they already acknowledge it because it's highly radiated, but I guess I mean is there like is there any like, implication from I'm trying to recall here. Is there any implication of Mothra being radiated when she's like in her larva form? Because you got like some because like when she hatches out, you got guys in hazmat suits.
I think that at the beginning of again, it's the same scene where Emma tries to get the guy to go away. He says there was a massive radiation spike. So I think that's meant to be sort of the implication that they knew she was waking up because her radiation levels were going up. Which makes sense because that's what but then all the Titans are radioactive, but they absorb the radiation rather than excrete it. So it's not like her radiation levels going up means that everybody in the room is about to get a third leg. It just means that she's waking up.
Right.
Yeah. I'd say it depends on the context.
The radiation in the area is providing enough energy for her to awaken. So
right. So yeah, but would the radiation like completely dissipate afterwards? Because then we see Emma and Madison go in there without any suits on, just the clothes on their backs.
Hey, it's like in 2014, like Godzilla's lying in the middle of San Francisco and everyone's wandering around him. No one's worried about radiation because again, the Titans absorb it. It's like the Mutos in Janjira. The male Muto being there is the reason there's no radiation in the city. It's because he's eating it all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Mothra in her larva form was kind of doing something similar, right?
She was absorbing it. Like I said, they absorb it. They don't release it unless it's in an attack, like the Muto EMP or Godzilla's breath, or that sort of thing.
Okay,
that's what I like about the MonsterVerse. It takes these concepts and does really interesting things with them that stuff like other films would just not bother doing.
I would say from what we've seen, the Titans have the ability to absorb all kinds of radiation, but also emit their own. Because in this movie, like they say that the radiation from Titans, like jumpstarts life around them.
Okay. All right. That's fair. And now there's like I think one instance that they could be referring to, another instance that they may be referring to. It's when after Godzilla gets powered up, for the rebirth, and then he's like going into Boston, and as he's fighting Ghidorah, like Stanton and the people on the Argo are kind of talking about how he's like emitting like radiation to the point where he could go critical mass in like a few minutes. And next thing you know, meanwhile you have like Mark Russell, the soldiers, Emma, and Madison. They're pretty much like in close proximity to that, to the point where Mark and the soldiers, they're like directly like right between Godzilla and Ghidorah when they're in Fenway Park. So
no, I suppose but then keeping in mind Godzilla's 100 meters tall, and about if you say his center of mass is where the radiation is concentrated, then potentially they're like 50 meters away from it. And in Chernobyl, people would be like round the corner from the elephant's foot and not be dying. So
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I mean,
If you
yeah,
know what
there's
the
a
elephant
there's,
is.
um.
Mhm.
Okay.
I understood that reference.
Yeah. All right. All right. Cool. Yeah. Just want to make sure we cover some bases here because we could probably use them to our advantage for the debate.
Yeah, radiation is a very interesting thing. If you want sort of some interesting videos on radiation, there's a YouTuber called Kyle Hill who's done like a whole series of videos about
Yeah,
radiation, its myths, and how it's historically
isn't
been applied.
isn't he the guy from Because Science?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yes,
is
he
that
did a lot
someone
of
else?
Because Science videos, and then I think they had a falling out, so then he made his own channel.
Okay.
He's the one who did a
Okay.
video on Castle Bravo and all the stuff to do with that.
Mm.
Cool. Anyways, thought we'd have that little bit of discussion.
Or you should be if you weren't in this movie.
Yeah, like I said, man, if you're going in and looking at this, where they do set this up, it's really a set up wrestling match.
Oh yeah.
I mean, from the beginning of the movie, they set up who you're supposed to root for and who you're not supposed to root for. I mean, the moment Ghidorah's daughter is introduced,
That's the thing we've been back and forth about because it was always
they done it different ways.
Right.
Get Ghidorah, but when they introduce him, they might as well just had him in front of a camera talking about Godzilla, you ain't shit.
We did it for, and I'll do it again. You ain't shit, Godzilla. You anytime you want to meet me, brother, I'll be right here waiting on you.
At this one point, well, everybody's gonna have Marlon just come in with a chair. I know.
You're going down. Look at
Bopper just coming in with a chair, like
That is that's one thing that I can appraise for Ghidorah with this movie. The fact that he felt that they managed to recapture what made him so interesting in the Showa era. Even if he didn't live up to the World Destroyer part, he still managed to feel like a threat in those movies. This movie did the same thing, but also lived up to the whole World Destroyer angle. And I love that.
Yeah.
So, and they gave him a character.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah. I mean,
Finally. 3 characters,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, 3 characters for the price of 1, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, we kind of went over this. Yep. I will say, I do think it's kind of funny that they even just sort of reference like when Mothra comes in and joins the action, like it's the equivalent of her just coming in with a chair, coming at Ghidorah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a humorous way to put it, I mean, makes sense a little bit.
Yeah.
I did in my Great Joy video, I compared. Have you seen? There's a trailer for DC Universe Online. I don't know if you've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Can't say
It's
I
a bit
have.
of a random reference, but it's one of those trailers that is like, this is what people would have loved to have seen from like a DC thing. You can see it online. It's quite old now, but there's a bit in it where Superman comes down to fight Lex Luthor, and Superman shouts out "Batman," and then Batman's, I think he's dead at this point or beaten up with her, and Lex Luthor says "Adam," and then Black Adam flies in, starts beating up Superman. I compared that to when after Godzilla and Mothra have knocked Ghidorah through the building, Ghidorah's head rises up and roars, and then from out of the clouds, Rodan just barrels into Mothra. I just compared those scenes together. It's just like it just felt very similar. Like Ghidorah's like Rodan, and then whoop whoop.
No, it's more like, Ronan, where the hell are you?
It's like, come to me.
Tag.
Godzilla, we're going for you, nigga. Sorry, can we do that again? Jesus. Fights that you see here, they stay surprisingly true to the fights that you would see in the original, but they've taken some of the goofiness out of it and made still giant animals, so it's kind of but they.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Yep, they're bringing that up. Like, it's giant animals, giant monsters. It's kind of goofy. We went over this.
We had an entire stream about this topic, people.
Me and Vic, we were with Zim during that stream. We saw it. We saw some shit. Yeah. Anyways.
Yes, the Animus. You need to watch that stream sometime. It's really funny, and also, good God, what was he thinking?
Yeah.
I'd just like to direct everybody's attention to the comment, the chat. Fresh to Madge just said Ghidra's character in Kingdom of the Monsters is practically non-existent. I would like to disassociate Fresh to Madge from the kaiju community and just scour him from the face of the earth.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I would like to say that, dude, no, Ghidorah has character. I hate to pull this card. Did you watch the film? Did you watch the film, my dude? You can't. Don't. I mean, come on. The one where Godzilla started moaning. Yes.
Well, hooting.
He said, yeah, he just called it moaning. I don't know. I mean, there may have been some moaning there. In pain.
I think I remember hearing something about that. Some sort of moaning in there. I don't remember if it was from Zim specifically, but I most remember Zim doing a lot of hooting noises in response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So your fights are more feral, and you can actually go through and see in the movie where they've taken fights from other films. There's the 1964 film, King Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, 1964, and they actually, now it's a little silly, but they actually recreated this fight in the movie in a way.
The final fight around Mount Fuji.
You shot me in my ass.
What?
Hold on. I unmuted it at like a perfect moment. It was like right after they showed Godzilla getting zapped by Ghidorah from behind, and Corey just yells, "You shot me in my ass!" I do this. I don't know how I do this. That is so funny. Yeah, they're saying like they recreated the last fight in Ghidorah the three-headed monster in King of the Monsters in KOTM, which aside from the roster of monsters, which is Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, and Ghidorah, not really. It's still pretty different. And even then, Rodan teams up with Ghidorah fighting Mothra, which doesn't happen in Ghidorah the three-headed monster.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
It's just the roster, isn't it? It's just
it's the roster.
Is the same. Everything else is different.
After seeing the roster,
at no point do we get Grub Mothra riding Rodan.
No, not in King of the Monsters.
No, she was a full-grown adult when I saw that.
Yeah, and she's fighting Rodan. So she's fighting Rodan. Mothra dies in King of the Monsters, where she doesn't in Ghidorah. So
There's some
Yeah.
artwork, like concept art of Godzilla, Mothra, and Rodan like fighting side by side. So potentially that might have been what the original plan for the film, but yeah, that's not what we got in the end.
No, that's not what we got.
Mm.
It would have. I mean, it would have been interesting to see how, like, what would have been written on the page for KOTM, to lead up to that, to kind of plant the seeds for something like that to happen, like in an alternate sort of reality, if you will, or what have you, like a what if sort of scenario. Like, what if KOTM was almost exactly like Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, right down to Rodan working with Mothra and Godzilla fighting Ghidorah at the end. But yeah, it's more of an
I
interesting
think
what if.
Ghidorah would have been. I think Ghidorah would have been like a little bit too overpowered. Because to have Ghidorah attacked by so many Titans at once and still be a viable threat, he would have had to have been like amazingly overpowered. And at which point, um, I think it's just a bit too much. I can't remember who's in the stream where you were all talking about your pitches for the next MonsterVerse film. Someone said
Yeah.
about bringing in the Griffin
That was
and
me.
his idea. Oh, it was you.
Yeah, that was me.
It was yeah. It was the one point you were saying like they had the Griffin and he was fighting Godzilla, Behemoth, Kong. I can't remember who else was in there. And it's just
Mothra and
like this
Shimo.
one. Yeah, this one
Yeah.
Titan, this one Griffin taking on so many Titans at once, and he just feels it's just a little bit overpowered, just a little bit much.
That's
Whereas when you get
fair
something like
enough.
Ghidorah with
Fair enough.
like Ghidorah and Godzilla going back and forth with like power ups, like getting stronger and stronger each time, and they each have like a tag team partner in the
Yeah,
fight as well. It
that's
balances the power out a bit more.
that's fair. The thing with that, because I've been fleshing out the pitch a lot more after that actually. The thing with that was more so their combined efforts continue to whittle down the Griffin as the fight goes on. Because by that point, they take out the probe bats, and altogether, while the Griffin starts off taking them on well, he soon gets overpowered as their combined efforts take him down to the point where Godzilla can eventually land a killing blow. That's what I was intending.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like when I was thinking about my idea for a MonsterVerse film with Destroyer, like the idea of Destroyer weapons being deployed in cities, and they have an unexpected side effect with like Titan DNA. They start creating smaller monsters, and then the Titans start fighting. Then you get the zombie Titan, and my sort of the final battle idea would be like a very large mutation has been growing in the sea just off of where Ghidorah and Godzilla fought, where the original destroyer was used, and there'd be like just this gigantic blob creature, almost like a destroyer mixed with Biolante, and they would end up destroying that by having Rodan and Godzilla creating like a radiation fire tornado type thing. And it's just like how overpowered can you make a monster while still making it like able to be killed? And in that case, it was just like it's it's huge, it's strong, but it is just a big blob that can't really do anything. it's it's just trying to find that balance all the time in these sorts of things, which is not. I mean, do we need to bring in Dragon Ball Z?
The funny thing about that when you brought it, when you mentioned something about like zombie kaiju or zombie titan, like it's funny because like my pit, like I pretty much put that in the chats during the Omniviewer stream that you were on. Funny thing enough, like my pitch for Six Monsterverse film was gonna involve like a zombie Titan-esque sort of thing, but it was like more of like the primal episode, Plague of Madness, pretty much, where Titan kind of, who starts out as docile, but kind of gets infected with something that kind of relates to Biolante, that and it just causes it to go completely berserk and go on a rampage. And Godzilla has to like put it down.
My
Yeah,
idea was
yeah,
that my idea would be like the destroyer weapons would be deployed in cities, and they'd use them to. They'd be like sort of much lesser versions of the one that was used against Godzilla, and they'd be used to like put off Titans going near their cities for plot reasons. But then someone would actually like deliver a direct hit against a Titan, which would kill it, and then later on, the oxygen destroyer effect would then sort of seep into the Titan and reanimate it as a sort of Titan oxygen destroyer zombie mix creature.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a really nice idea. I don't know what anyone thinks of this. The idea of like a Titan being swarmed by destroyer bugs, which would, well, for a Titan, they would be like the size of cars or whatever, but they'll be swarmed with it, and then Godzilla would burn the Titan, and then that basically be like the end of the second act would be Godzilla hugging the Titan and sharing the radiation with him to heal up what
Warm
Godzilla had
enough
just done to him.
That actually works. That actually sounds really cool.
Yeah. Pretty neat stuff. Anyway,
It would also increase the stakes of the third act when Godzilla would be sort of slightly weaker from having done that, and then Rodan would have to come in to help.
Yeah.
Rodan, Mothra maybe would have to join the fight. I'd imagine a couple other Titans would probably come by his side by that point. And if you wanted, you could probably throw in Kong.
You see, it's like when you sit there and you think about these things, you can come up with some good ideas. Wingard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway,
I still can't get over how good Zims was. Like, Jesus Christ.
that was nuts.
Wow.
You definitely need to check out that stream. Either before or after the stream where that one guy was just talking about Godzilla. It's always been silly. Like either one,
It was before that he did. It was before that and before the interview that he did.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Bitch, come here.
I muted it.
They made him mad. That I told you something silly. But if you watch the movie, there's a lot of elements taken from that fight right there that is in the film. They changed some things, they tweaked some things around, but that fight is in the film, man. And you cannot tell me that they did not look at that and say, okay, we got to use that as a big especially that scene. When I was watching, I was like, man, that is oh, they got that film.
Like it's most of the fights that happen rain, but you can still see what's going on. It's not like Pacific Rim.
No.
Oh my God. we Rest Madge and I just talked about the Pacific Rim Spill.com review, and there's like a point where they mentioned like, oh, it's like rainy and dark, like with the fights, pretty much. Yep.
There's a reason for that. Not only does it give the kaiju, or in Pacific Rim's case, kaiju and mecha, a heavier sense of weight, but it also hides bad CGI.
Yeah, or CG just to kind of hide some where the CGI kind of is lesser, pretty much, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with King of the Monsters, pretty much. I mean, like, or Godzilla 2014. Not they skimp out like throughout those fights, throughout those movies, pretty much all three of these examples. It's just that since they have to
we still get incredibly clear shots of the monsters in KOTM, just as we do Pacific Rim. So like
I would even 2014. I would say. Granted, that would depend on Granted, that does depend on like how you watch that movie in that particular instance, but still. I will
I'd say
I
it's
mean,
all right.
yeah, I would say the worst part. I would say like the scene that kind of that's like Titan related that does suffer the most from the lighting issue. It's pretty much during the scene where Ford and the military are like trying to like protect the nuke through the train, and then they counter like the female Muto walking through. I will admit there are parts of that scene where it's just like, okay, I can't tell what's happening here. It's kind of really hard to tell.
Yeah. Granted,
Yeah,
I think it works in that context because it's meant to be a tense sequence. But
yeah, it's meant to be a tense sequence and it's supposed to be realistic because it's like there isn't really much in the way of like ambient lighting there as you would in that particular setting. But as far as translating it as a scene for a movie that we're supposed to be able to watch and see what's happening, I do think they kind of fumbled the ball in that particular scene. I mean, for the rest of the film, at least for the most part, they don't. So it's just kind of weird that scene in particular suffers. But
No, I would even say that because a lot of people are saying that it's too dark, and I really don't understand you saying that you can't see anything because you can. I would even say that to a certain extent, the way they look for a certain thing right here, the way they light this, the way they kind of keep this, in the dark, it really does. They do a lot of things where they work with the lighting. There's so many moments where they fight and the creatures glow with anger or aggression, or in this case with Mothra, even where they just illuminate the whole sky.
Yep.
So look, if it was one thing where they just fought in the dark and they complete shadows, that'd be another. They'd really take advantage of
Dramatic lighting.
Yeah, dramatic lighting there. Some of the darker elements on the screen, they eventually just they light that up beautifully.
Yep, I would say
Thank you.
Completely agree. Yep, completely agree with that.
Thank you.
It's nice to see somebody actually acknowledging that.
Yeah. I mean, even if the review is not the most positive, as we will soon find out. But at least they got that. By the way, where have it paused? They are showing like that shot with the cross and Ghidorah on the volcano. So I was like, yep, you're using that as an example. Awesome.
Yeah, that's
That's
one of my
many
go-to examples when it comes to the beauty of this movie.
Yeah.
In fact,
definitely.
pretty much anything from the second act is a go-to example.
Yeah, pretty much just a visual treat to behold.
Yeah.
That's a very good design.
I mean, man, you're looking at a sunset where he's on top of a volcano and then lightning shooting at the tips of his wings.
And pretty much telling God, yeah, do something.
Yeah.
How dare you? You watch King Ghidorah. Those heads are just, they're on strings. Look at it.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
It feels good.
Oh yeah, they're just showing like Ghidorah they're showing Ghidorah the three-headed monster, the clip where Ghidorah's like shooting at Godzilla and Mothra, and specifically the moment where Ghidorah like shoots Godzilla in his let's just say in his godly nether regions, let's just say. Yeah, they're just pointing out how funny that is. Nope. Anyone?
There's not. I can't think of much to say. I was just thinking though, when they were saying about they said something about Ghidra's heads and whatnot. I just remember when Ghidra from the older films, his heads more often than not are just sort of wobbling around all over the place. There's a
Yeah.
And it's just a really funny effect of the heads are wobbling around, and then someone has to add in
Yeah,
the like gravity
beams.
beam effects to them as they're wobbling around to make it look like he's like they're actually doing that for a reason, when in fact it's just whoever the hell was operating the crane is just like pulling on it and making them do whatever. So
Yeah, yeah,
it's really fascinating to you see that the original interpretation of this monster, which is supposed to be like the terrifying, world destroying thing, and it doesn't really seem to have a direction or a motivation. It's just sort of there. And then you compare it to
yeah,
2019 when each head clearly has its own personality, clearly has its own motivations going on. And those
yeah,
heads
yeah.
are doing
There's a sense of,
they're purposeful.
Like middle head, you can
yeah,
very
and
clearly see
they have a sense of,
is like you could tell the middle head is very strategic. The right head, I think, if I remember, yeah, the right head is very much more aggressive or like hot-headed, I would say. And then the left head is very, very clearly the clumsy one. Like,
right. Well, I would say
there's
the
no
middle
getting
head
around
is
that.
pretty much, yeah. The middle head is the one that is the leader. He's the one that calls the shots and gets the other two in line. The right head is, yeah, pretty much more aggressive. And Kevin, yeah, he's definitely like the one who's less, who pretty much is kind of aloof or elite, or pretty much even just sort of a bit clumsy or not as bright as the other two. But there's even like a moment where when Godzilla's like charging up his atomic breath to shoot at Ghidorah during the Antarctica fight, the left head is the one to notice Godzilla charging it up. So perhaps like the fact that the other two could even like account for that, kind of shows that they're on a similar wavelength as each other, pretty much, even when it counts.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of it's an interesting little detail that again, King of the Monsters is one of those movies where the more you notice, the better it gets.
Yeah, I put that in my video. I said like the Kevin is like the very curious one, which is why he's the one who sort of nudges the soldiers to like, oh, what the hell are these things down here, sort of thing. He's always getting distracted. But yeah, because of
Yeah.
his curiosity, because he's always paying attention to like little details, he notices the charging up.
Yeah.
How like when he's regenerating, you see him struggle to get out, and the middle head just has to like rip the flesh off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would anyone
bring into question
could anyone
whether-
potentially? Sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
I will say, like, it does kind of bring into question, like, in terms of like the hierarchy of the heads, like perhaps the fact that the middle head is the main head, the leading head, is pretty much the reason why when Ghidorah's like disintegrated by burning Godzilla, the middle head remains and he's still like moving around, still alive somewhat, before getting obliterated himself. And why Kevin, for example, when his head gets ripped off by Godzilla early in the film, he's just dead. Like, it kind of makes you wonder. Like, it's not made explicit in the film, but it's probably something you would have to like infer, perhaps. But I mean, they're considering the behaviors of Ghidorah being present in the film, you could potentially make that conclusion, like connect those dots.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's lots of interpretations you could possibly have, but obviously they would have to come with a more expansive examination of Ghidorah and whatever, which obviously Killing the Monsters doesn't have time to do. It's got other things to do. But you could have come up with all sorts of interpretations of does one head control one part of the body, or is it a combined effort? And then with the more the heads you take away, the less control the remaining heads have. It's an interesting concept to be explored. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's actually Sans' job, which Sans is the San is basically like the actual name for Kevin, pretty much, I guess. The left head's purpose is to scout out potential threats, if I remember correctly. Pretty much, yeah. Like, Kevin kind of does do that, pretty much. Like, scout things out. It's just that he does it a little too well sometimes.
Lower. Oh yeah. Keep going. Keep going. But you know, you see those heads. Those heads got personality. Man.
Yep.
It's like they got two heads that get to fight with each other, and the third head cut that shit
Break
out.
it up.
Yeah. Got shit to do. You know, they call them the Three Stooges. They really are like the Three Stooges.
Not really. It's kind of like maybe one of them is pretty much the closest thing you get to a stooge, pretty much. It's really just kind of they're
I
just
think it's more so
calling them
just
that.
the dynamic, like
Yeah.
the trio dynamic.
And-
I guess is what they're referencing.
Well, when Stanton refers to Ghidorah as like Mo, Larry, and Curly, pretty much, it's kind of sort of like to take the piss out of their adversary, pretty much. In universe, pretty much. Not so much taking the piss out of him in the narrative. But yeah.
But you know, they now there's one fight here where one of the creatures did one creature did something to another one, and one of the creatures like,
Oh yeah, they're referencing. Yeah, he's saying like one of the Titans is all like, "Oh, you got me." Yeah, referencing Rodan after he gets stabbed by Mothra, pretty much. So, yeah. Again, a lot of personality in there, and you know, I appreciate the praise for the Titans having personality in the film. They're not just
Yeah,
big,
like Rodan, I would probably compare to Starscream unironically. Like,
Yeah.
I don't something akin to like Prime Starscream. Also, apologies, the garage is doing stuff in the background. So
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, I hear that a lot about Rodan being the Starscream. Like it's a very common comparison to Rodan 2019.
I'm not 100% sure how accurate it is. I might have to do something about that. Just look at the movie again and see how well. Because I've been comparing him to Prime Starscream specifically. So.
Ah.
Still waiting for a Godzilla versus Transformers crossover. Good God.
however, you know, look, I sat back long and hard to think about this because you know, there's a lot of things. I'm not even the biggest Godzilla fan out there, but I grew up watching Godzilla movies. You know, I'm not a hardcore fan like some people, but I watched enough to be excited about a Godzilla movie coming out. To want a Godzilla movie to succeed. Sure. I think I went light on that last movie because I was like, all right. And I was that guy. I was like, at least you got some elements right here. And I know you're gonna make another one. So I'm gonna you should pass.
Yeah, apparently, Corey Coleman here basically saying that he gave 2014 a pass because they got certain elements of Godzilla right. I would say they got all the elements of Godzilla right, pretty much. But yeah. But now it looks like we're starting to get into the. We're about to get into some negative territory. King of Monsters, brace yourselves, people.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back in a bit. You guys can start without me.
Okay.
So
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go have a drink as well because I'm gonna need the wake up juice. Vic, apparently you've got the stream. Good luck.
Nice. Once again, my power is ever looming.
And now I'm back. Sorry, Vic, you can't have this. You can't have the marks alone. But yeah, anyways, I guess we'll get back going. Get back on. So.
All right.
Well, man, look, we live in, we're neck deep in game. Give us special effects, give us spectacle.
Okay, he's saying like we're neck deep into the era where they give us a lot of blockbusters, a lot of spectacle. Yeah, he's talking pretty quiet, pretty low. Yeah. Yeah, and I have the volume all the way up on max, but Corey's just talking quietly into that mic of his. Anyway.
This to me, it had everything as far as those elements there. Fights, the destruction, all the lasers, and the monsters. They had all of that. They had the fan service. And that was the biggest thing. They said, but we got the fights. And somebody said, yeah, how do we get the fight though? Shit, we didn't really think. The rest of this feels, as far as the story, this feels slapped together. I hate to use this word here, but that's just stupid.
Yeah, here we go. Yep, this is it. We're getting into it now. They're talking shit about the story and the characters now, or they're about to. Saying, oh, it's slapdash and stupid. Even though it's not. And again, stupid isn't really a valid criticism for some of this. For any piece of media, really. I mean,
Yeah.
Right,
yeah, I know that feeling. I would say the story definitely has a lot going for it in terms of like all the subject matters it's trying to tackle. Because you have like the idea of environmentalism, and then you have redemption, and then you have like the whole like family aspect of it.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a lot, and maybe for some that it may be too much. Like I'm sure I myself am partial to stories that have like a single focus that the main cast works around, rather than having different subjects within a large cast, because you might have trouble keeping track of one or the other.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
what did I miss?
Okay, so now we're pretty much getting into them because they praised about all the stuff with the action and the monster stuff and what have you.
I'm back.
And how the monsters are done as characters. So now we're getting into the parts where they start talking about the human side of things, the story, the characters. And
okay.
Yep.
Oh, goody.
And,
here we go.
All right, so basically the first thing that Corey says about the human story and the human characters and what have you is that it basically saying, he pretty much says like, oh, wow, they got all the monster stuff right, but it seemed as if though they were so focused on getting the monster stuff right that they forgot to like to even have a human story that functions pretty much. So they're saying, so basically he said like the plot is slapped together and stupid. Slapdash.
Jesus Christ.
That's.
Yep.
I get that criticism for something like GVK and especially for GXK, but like.
Oh, definitely.
KOTM.
I disagree on those points.
KOTM.
Maybe less.
Like, I don't agree with the. I didn't say I agree with it. I get why the criticism exists, but it's like for KOTM, I genuinely do not understand why. Like, why that argument comes up, because KOTM has a pretty straightforward plot.
Yeah, it's very straightforward, and
like
not it like, just because it has a lot of characters, that doesn't mean it's hard to follow. Like,
you want to know what other Godzilla movie had a lot of characters? Gojira 54, the original Gojira.
Yeah,
that one had a pretty sizable amount of characters, or maybe no, yeah, that I'd say that's a good example.
Godzilla vs. Megaguirus has an even bigger cast of characters, arguably, than King of Monsters 2019, and that movie is an absolute dumpster fire in terms of plot and human character story. Pretty much, I can't describe to you how bad that movie is on a writing level. It may even rival Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, but I don't know. Okay, maybe I don't know if I'm ready to go that far yet, but I mean, maybe I will. I don't know.
You save that
day.
for
Do
another.
it.
Save that for a 3-hour
Do
long
it.
video essay, my friend.
Yes. Yeah. I'll save it. I'll save it.
I was
You know
trying
what
to
other
see
film?
monsters that I would understand the criticism from a point of the story does have a lot of messages to tackle, like redemption, family, environmentalism, and such. That I guess some might say it's a little bit confusing to keep track of all those different themes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think
Yeah.
the story is still pretty okay, like narratively, but it does
Yeah.
have a lot that maybe someone might find confusing or hard to keep
Yeah.
track.
Yeah.
I
King of the
mean,
Monsters does a very good
yeah. I mean, here's the thing.
job of having. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
I say King of the Monsters does a very good job of having quite a complex sort of background story going on, whilst also having a very simple plot line to follow. Like everyone's mentioned, the redemption arcs and the basically just like the zealotry of like Emma, how it's been like twisted and like. And of course, the balance aspect of everything. Like she's gone too far in one direction, she needs to pull it back. And then Mark Russell's gone too far in the other direction. He needs to pull that back and sort of level things up. It's again, you can take King of the Monsters is very well done to the point where you can take from it as much or as little as you want. So if you really want to concentrate on the human plotline and examine all of these details, you can, or
Yeah.
you can pull back a bit and just sort of get the general gist of what's going on with them to then focus on the monsters more.
Yeah.
That is one of the great qualities of the film that
Yeah.
people don't seem to get.
Jay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. Oh my
Exactly.
god. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Thank
Hopefully
you.
we will change the minds of three of those people pretty much on
At least one of them.
at least one.
And the fact that you get the Titans representing the human characters like positions, which is why like Omnivira mentioned that Alan Jonah probably should have been in the final fight because he sort of
Yeah.
represents he's the
I
avatar
mean,
of Ghidorah almost.
that's another thing. That's another thing. I saw that from Filmento's video about King of the Monsters as well. That's another thing that he mentioned. It's just like, dude, there's more to this movie than you'd think.
Well,
There's way more to
I
this
did
movie.
the same thing. I mentioned it in my Godzilla reviews video because
Yeah.
I did that in my Great Joy video, and then I started looking at other people's reviews. Saw Filmento had come up with the same thing, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." But I interpreted it slightly differently in that Rodan and Mothra represent Emma Russell's changing loyalties. So like when Mothra is out, she's with like Monarch, and then Mothra goes away, and then Rodan comes out when she reveals she's with the terrorists. Um, and then later on, when she wanted what happened to happen, but not that the way it happened, and then she's like fighting back against Jonah to get her daughter. You've then got Rodan and Mothra conflicting against each other. It's it's a nice complicated representation of what's going on with the characters as the monsters. It again, you
And
can
in that
take people.
context, it also works as foreshadowing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's again, King of the Monsters. You can take from it as much as you want and as little as you want. It could just be Mothra and Rodan fighting each other, or it could be a representation of the complex emotional drama going on in the mind of Emma Russell. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, it
Yes.
works. And what I
Yeah.
meant with foreshadowing is the thing like Mothra dies later, so it could have been foreshadowing for that.
Yeah,
So
Mothra dies just before Emma Russell like gives up her life.
yeah,
Which again, people
both of
say
them
she
to
didn't
save
need to,
Godzilla.
but
Both of them to save
yeah,
Godzilla.
same thing. Yeah,
Yeah, and pretty much Rodan surviving is basically only to basically just kind of submit to Godzilla. Pretty much is basically like what could represent Emma's like the after effects of like Emma like sort of inadvertent parts playing into like causing
It's
pretty
the
much like
legacy of
causing
her actions, yeah.
the legacy of her actions living on, but potentially with the potential for it to turn for the better, pretty much.
Yeah, and as we see in the credits, it does turn for the better.
Yeah.
It absolutely does.
Oh yeah. Anyways, now let's listen to some nonsense from people who who we were sticking with pretty much for a while, but now comes the turning point.
And that hurts to say for a Godzilla movie.
Yeah, I was like, as opposed to what?
Well, no, listen, I'm not going to go that route where they say, well, you got the fights. What else you want? It's like, yes, to a certain extent, this is bringing old Godzilla. They are fighting. They're doing they're destroying the city. You see, they're doing what they should. But man, come on, dumb writing. They're trying to pull them to it.
Yep. And yeah, here we go.
What did he say?
He said dumb writing is dumb writing. It's like I know where he's like I know that where he says like he knows that this movie is like doing what we would want a Godzilla movie to do, but still saying like, look guys, come on, bad writing or dumb writing is dumb. Like he didn't even say bad writing, dumb writing. It's like not even so.
Why does he sound like Blackaroonie by saying that? And that's honestly insulting to Blackaroonie, actually.
God damn! Wow. Okay. If Rooney, if you're watching this, I didn't say that.
I mean, no ill will, no ill will, my dude. It's just the first thing I thought of.
Oh no, my
This
lord!
debate's going to end up being spicy, isn't it?
What?
A little bit. The debate's going to be a bit spicy, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to get heated.
Do you know one of the things I really hate when I listen to these listen back to these reviews is that so many of them come up with the same mindset of, oh well, the human characters are meant to be bad in King of the Monsters, in Godzilla films. They're meant to be bad. Oh, but they don't have to be bad. They could be good. And it's like they're literally watching a film where the characters are good and they're calling them bad because they're just not paying attention to what's going on, or they're deliberately just thinking them as bad. They're just the presuppositions. They're applying them to the film. Godzilla X Kong, the human characters are not great in a lot of aspects, and people are like, "Oh, this is great! This is amazing!" It's like, but they're doing the thing that you guys complained King of the Monsters was doing when it wasn't doing it. Now they are doing it, and you're praising the film.
I will say GVK's human cast was far worse because, like, with GXK,
I suppose, yeah, it's different at different variations. Godzilla X Kong, the human cast is purely there just to move the plot along. Godzilla vs. Kong had returning characters that were then
were also used to move
for the sake of the GVK's plot.
And then there was Gia for both of them, who was, I would argue, the best done character of both movies by a wide margin.
Everything C. Animus said about the King of the Monsters characters, just assume I say this. No, I do say the same things for GXK characters. Just saying.
We'll have to. I'm planning on.
Crap on my beloved.
I'm planning on rewatching GXK so that we can do that discussion stream because that's just gonna be. I don't know, dude. I want to be with you. I wish I could, but I don't know.
No, but seriously, Did you watch Animus? Did you watch the Bog of Bones video on the human cast, on the human characters of the kaiju genre as a whole?
No, I haven't. Who is that again?
Bog of Bones. He's most well known for his kaijuology documentary, which is a really good documentary on the history of the genre. But he also did a video about the human casts of different kaiju movies, not just Godzilla, but like why the humans were actually well done even before -1 started getting people to notice that.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I noticed that the thumbnail you featured Mako Mori from Pacific Rim as a
Yeah, he has an entire section about Pacific Rim's human cast, which finally
Yeah.
What was his
yeah.
name?
Bog of Bones, BOGO. Well, okay, it's Bog O Bones, but yeah, BOGOBONES. I posted a link to the video in Zim's server if you're there. So yeah,
Yeah.
I know you're there, Vic. I don't know if you're there, Cinemus, but yeah,
I'll look him up.
yeah, yeah. Watch his kaijuology video and his human cast video. He also has a lot of other videos. He recently did one on Alien as well. So
Cool. All right. I will check. We will check them out at some point. Not on stream, but you know.
yeah. He's also working on a documentary about Transformers. So that's happening.
Ooh, cool. Nice.
They're destroying the city. We see. No, they do. They're doing what they should. But man, come on, dumb writing. They're trying to pull up to a point where they're taking this more seriously. Yeah, the actors are taking it seriously. You got a serious budget. You've done these monsters where even the monsters you're trying to take seriously to the point where I even felt for them. I'm not gonna tell you who, because I want to tell you who the bad guys are and who the good guys are. But there's a couple in here that I was like, man, I really feel for them. These people are giving less.
Right.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Let's hold on. Let's hear him out a little more. Let's say what they have to say in particular. Here we go. All right. Let's gird your loins, folks.
Details is usually where arguments fall down.
Yeah.
They go to die of cancer when this is all over.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. First of all, again, I mean, we kind of discussed this about the radiation revolving around the Titans, and then they just, and meanwhile, right later, these guys go on to say, oh, they're all gonna die from cancer later because of the radiation. It's like, well, we've been over this.
What?
Yeah.
To quote Zim here, who?
Oh. Anyways.
Look, I'm sorry because a lot of people are gonna be mad because a lot of people have been looking forward to this, and I got it.
No, we're gonna be mad, looking back on this afterwards, after 5 years after the movies come out, because people like you have been giving this movie so much shit for years, for problems that it didn't even have in the first fucking place. And you made that part of this movie's legacy when it did not deserve it. It deserved I'm sorry. I'm at a loss. I could go on about this, but
Yeah, we could be here a while for the false legacy that King of the Monsters now has, thanks to people like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. And here's the funny thing: at least Double Toasted, unlike the likes of Chris Stuckman or Captain Midnight, pretty much, they at least have there's I guess you could say perhaps the personality that they have and the humor that they display throughout their video. It's like that spoon of sugar that kind of helps I don't even know if you can even call it medicine go down pretty much, but it's where Stuckman or Captain Midnight, it's just I don't even. By the way, Cinemus, did you feature Captain Midnight's review on KOTM in your Godzilla reviews video? Just to recall.
I don't think I did.
I
I'm
I'll have to
assuming
check.
it was bad.
Yeah, we'll probably have to check back on that, and if not, then maybe we can.
I didn't watch it on stream, but I have seen it before. It was okay. He admits to not being as much of a fan of Godzilla as usual. So
Oh my god, fucking tourist!
No,
Another tourist
watched it
video.
at the
No,
time.
he's at least honest.
he's honest.
He's
Right.
at least honest about that fact. So
Yeah.
there's that. I've watched Captain Midnight since that video. Honestly, he's improved. Like Godzilla isn't the kind of content that he usually covers, but he's nowadays a lot more fair on some of that stuff that he isn't really a fan of. So yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have to check back on that. Maybe that could make for some fun potential stream content. But for another time.
Yeah.
For one thing, it won't be 30 minutes long and take us 3 hours to get through it. So that video, I guess, was only 10 minutes. But anyway.
But when this is your best dialogue in the movie, him roaring, that says something.
Okay, they're saying like the best dialogue in the movie is Godzilla roaring.
What that's my
Fuck off.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say but that. Fuck off.
What? Who?
Yeah. Who?
I'm so happy I rewatched that stream.
I know. Now we can pull those big guns out. It's just like, oh. Oh God. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry that we keep pausing here, but it's like wow. Bad. No, double toasted. Bad.
It's almost as bad as people saying It's almost as bad as people saying the humor in King of the Monsters is bad, and they just play the same "Oh my Godzilla" joke.
Well, it's either that or the gonorrhea one.
No, they don't even mention the gonorrhea one. That bit, like,
Yeah,
if it was the gonorrhea.
No,
Sorry.
fair enough.
Most
If it was the
reviews I've
gonorrhea
watched, it's always the Godzilla.
My God.
Oh my Godzilla one. It's always that one. That's the only one they ever reference.
Yeah, it's like even Jeremy Johns, who I like as a reviewer, he does that. It's like having them say the gonorrhea joke at least would have given those reviews like some kind of flavor to it. Like it would be like, okay, good, you were actually mentioning a joke that actually is terrible in the movie. It's like, oh yeah, that is pretty bad.
The oh my
Not enough to
Godzilla
take
joke
them.
is just a cheap poke. It's just a cheap poking at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like if it was if they mentioned the gonorrhea joke, it's like, okay, yeah, that is pretty bad, but it's not enough to tank the movie. It's only just like it would only make up like zero, like even if the jokes are a problem in the film, they only make up like 0.000000005% of the movie, pretty much. Like it's just like they're just lines that each don't even take up like 3 seconds, pretty much, maybe 2.
Yeah.
That's why I'd like to nail some of these people down and be like, okay, so the film is 2 hours and 11 minutes long. You've explained that 1 second of it is bad. Please show me the rest of the examples.
Yes.
I would like a lot of people say that a lot of people treat this movie when it comes to the humor, it treats it like something akin to what's an example? Like I don't know, Ant-Man Quantumania in terms of like how it's executed. Really, I would go as far as to say this is at worst the first Ant-Man, at best the Avengers, the 2012 one. In comparison,
That's fair.
I am on the side that I think King of the Monsters, in a subtle way, is negatively affected by the amount of humor at times. I think some of the jokes are the type of things where like the dialogue goes on for too long, or they're in scenes where stuff like really shouldn't be joked about at times, like the gonorrhea, like some at the beginning with the one of the first Godzilla's first scene. I think I would do without like maybe half of all the jokes in the movie. I think would overall benefit the movie as a whole. But yeah, it is like only a small part of it. But I think it's like a nitpick that is a detriment to the film.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough. But even then, that gonorrhea joke is pretty much like after
one
we had
joke
seen.
That's
It's
one.
It's one joke. It'd be one thing if he said the joke before we even saw Ghidorah in action, pretty much. But it was like but the joke came out like over an hour and about an hour or so into the film, and we had seen Ghidorah like do quite a lot to show his potential as a villain, and that joke just comes in like after like during the lowest point of the film, pretty much just to kind of.
Yeah, the joke happens right after the mass awakening sequence.
Yeah, it's to kind of like alleviate like some of the the dark, like the bleak circumstances that they're all in.
And in a way, poke fun at some of the naming conventions of the kaiju. Like Ghidorah, if you think about it, is a bit of a weird name.
A little bit, yeah. It's a little bit of a weird name. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that the gonorrhea joke is still terrible, but it was placed at a point where it doesn't really detract from Ghidorah as a threat, whatsoever. If anything, the whole thing of like Rodan, like when he comes up, there's like a funnier, a better example would be like after, Rodan, right after Rodan's like awakened, Mark is all like, "Do you have a catchy name for this one?" Chen's all like, "The legends call him Rodan, the fire demon," or local legends call him Rodan, the fire demon. And Mark's all like, "Oh, well, that's comforting." Like that's a better example of the humor in this film, because it's like, it addresses the threat. It addresses the threat while still bringing a little bit of light into a little bit of levity in the situation.
Yeah, another example being open the shields. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Let's bring him in for a beer. You out of your goddamn mind? That's another big one.
That's one I actually don't like, because I think it's that problem of like too much dialogue for a joke. That I think is a problem with like some modern movies these days when it comes to humor. Like,
I would say King of the Monsters. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's just like I think for a joke, like there's too much dialogue in the joke for it, because like it'll land, but then it goes on for like a line or two or like a few words over.
Yeah. Anyways,
Bro, the best dialogue in the movie, that is bad. Because one of the things that I'm getting kind of tired of. I think I'm just over this, man. I think that I'm just kind of over destruction in movies.
There's a point where you
I really am. And it's not because I'm just kind of numb to it, but I'm just numb to it. I'm numb to destruction without consequence. It's that's what they.
Oh God! Oh God! No!
Numb
to what?
Numb to the destruction, pretty much, or numb to the destruction without consequence. I'm sorry.
Because
What?
That's the point. Evacuating Boston allows for the destructive kaiju action that you were just praising.
Yeah, like destruction without consequence. What the fuck do you mean by it? Shows people It showed Rodan, like as he sweeps through Isla de Mar, clearly killing people. Like,
dude, there is consequence to the destruction here. We actually see what the Titans are doing during the Mass Awakening.
Dude, Emma Russell's motivation for doing what she does in the movie is a consequence of 2014, the previous movie. The events in KOTM are the consequence of 2014.
The only reason, like, And even then, the action scenes are not trying to fully draw to that destruction. Like I said, Boston was evacuated before Ghidorah showed up.
Yes. Yeah. People apparently people seem to forget that. It's weird.
The stakes of that movie is that the stakes of that entire sequence is that a character that we are, quote unquote, that we are supposed to, I'm saying in a general standpoint, I don't actually hate Madison Russell, but a character that we're supposed to love or care about is caught in the crossfire, and we're trying to find her. That's the stakes. The stakes are not, oh my God, there's people here.
Yeah. The destruction is happening because it is there's consequences of the destruction that Ghidorah is causing. Ghidorah's like destroying the planet because he's trying to terraform it. There are consequences that are happening, and Emma Russell caused it. Emma Russell and Alan Jonah, they caused it.
I mean, a very, very direct consequence of destruction. When Madison runs home and then Mothra and Rodan plow into the ground and like cars and debris go flying everywhere, and Madison's screaming and running away from it, trying to not be killed as a
Yeah.
consequence of these Titans fighting. That's a very real consequence of destruction, like a very,
Yeah.
very direct.
Madison's life is on the line. If she dies, that's a consequence of the destruction.
Yeah, and
There is a direct duplication of scenes. The very first scene we see is the Muto Godzilla fight in San Francisco, where Mark Russell's son is dead. And then later
Yeah.
on in the film, a very similar scene where Madison is lost in the rubble. And again, Mark Russell and Emma Russell are searching the debris with the help of some soldiers, whilst Titans are fighting, and their daughter is presumed dead because of the Titans fighting. It's
Yeah.
only by sheer luck that she managed to survive. It's again a direct consequence of the destruction caused by the Titans. These
Yeah.
people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Or at least, or at least for in this particular instance of this particular aspect of the film, they don't know what they're talking about here. I'm. It's a good thing I chose this for this stream because man, there's like some loaded ass comments there that I forgot were in this video.
I do love the fact that this is absolutely the spilled bucket metaphor come to life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do, man. You know, they're doing what we see, what we criticize DC movies for. What they're doing what we criticize now Marvel movies for.
They're criticizing Godzilla, King of the Monsters, a movie about giant monsters fighting each other, for having destruction. You know, which is
Destruction is a quintessential trope of the kaiju genre.
Destruction is something that happens destruction is something.
The genre's entire thing is put something big in a population center and watch it tear shit apart for some reason or another.
Yeah,
that's the entire gimmick of the genre.
Yeah, here's the thing. All right, you know what? I don't want to go on this particular point for too long. I'm just gonna say they're saying this because they saw King of the Monsters after having seen a whole slew of superhero movies, Marvel and DC, that feature collateral damage and destruction pretty much, and they pretty much are fatigued by it. And now they're just taking that fatigue out on this movie for whatever reason, even though earlier they praised the action and the monsters. I don't help my brain.
So basically, something that has nothing to do with the film is causing them to negatively talk about the film. Because it's nothing to do with the film; it's to do with other films.
Yeah, pretty much.
Great.
Yeah, lovely.
And it makes me sad because Godzilla 20. When you had stuff like Man of Steel come out in 2013, and everybody rinsed it because of the amount of destruction Superman caused whilst quote unquote saving the world, and then you've got literally the next year, Godzilla 2014 comes out showing horrific consequences of Godzilla literally just walking into a city or a built-up area.
Yeah.
And straight after that, you then got Batman versus Superman, and Batman versus Superman did it in a really bad way. It's just like, they're fighting somewhere. Oh, don't worry, that area's unpopulated for some reason.
Yeah,
And
0
then
people.
Captain America: Civil War does it properly by just having the entire film be about the consequences of their actions. When you have Godzilla 2014 preceding those films with very real consequences of like the destruction, and then Godzilla King of the Monsters also showing very real consequences of destruction caused by the supposed heroes, I don't understand why people are then complaining about it.
I don't. Yeah, it's baffling. It is absolutely baffling. I just.
And
It just
again,
makes.
you don't have to pay attention to it because you can just enjoy the destruction, or you can then pay attention to it and go, yeah, it's really good that they actually showed that.
Yeah. Yeah, or you can just be like, oh, hey, it's actually good that the movie, kind of like, kind of does what BVS or Civil War tried to do, or well, BVS tried to. I would say BVS more specifically because of like the fact that you had like a completely perspective of different characters who were in like the vicinity of like events from the first movie, pretty much like a different POV. Kind of like how BVS, you had the opening where Bruce Wayne is witnessing the battle in Metropolis, and then you got KOTM, where you have the Russells witnessing the events of 2014, to kind of make the world seem bigger, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does it way better.
It adds a bit of extra stake too, considering Mark is a character that is associated with this organization that we followed from 2014. So it gives them a little bit more of a human side.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, this madness.
And this one, at least some of those try to have some consequence. This is not having a whole lot of consequence here. And what they do is they try to bullshit you by saying, well, we got everybody out the city by showing you this one shot. We had 100 extras kind of get out the city, go through a gate and onto a plane. It's like, no.
Because when you see the kind of destruction they're doing, you realize there's no place.
That scene takes place hours before the final battle.
Emma Russell literally says humanity has a bunch of the world has bunkers all around. Monarch has bunkers all around the world for people to hide into. like, which is where you assume that the people in Boston are going.
We also see a bunch of people loaded into Ospreys. I don't even think Fenway was the only evacuation point. It's highly possible that they found other spots to take people out of.
Yeah. I can't take this shit anymore, guys. I'm going nuts.
How long have we got left on this video?
I don't know where we go from here because there's nothing left.
That's what I kept saying the whole time. It's like these fights were fun, but they're all about, oh no, this is going to help the planet. The planet's going to be fine no matter what. But the people are done.
Yeah,
the human race is done.
Here's the thing. Even if you were to suggest that, considering the mass awakening happening, various civilizations, cities getting destroyed, people dying pretty much, even if we were to address that, you kind of acknowledge that, it's like King of the Monsters is where the events are supposed to take place. It's up to the next movie to acknowledge that. Which, I've seen Black and Rooney's post about the meme about how like billions of people have died, and he says like, oh, it's the meme was relating to King of the Monsters, stating that billions have died, pretty much, and the West Coast is gone, pretty much. Like,
Yeah.
okay, well, those events happened in King of the Monsters. It's up to Godzilla. It's up to the sequel, the follow up, to acknowledge this.
Something that
And-
both Wingard movies completely. I don't even think the Wingard movies basically just decided to ignore 70% of what happened in King of the Monsters.
Pretty much, yeah. Like the Wingard films don't acknowledge that it's not King of the Monsters' fault for those events happening. It's the fault of because well, guess what? That's where the events happen. It's up to the next film to acknowledge them. But alas, the Wingard films, neither of them do that. Here's the thing.
That's something like, since we brought up the pitches earlier, that's something that I wanted to try to do, acknowledge both 2014 and KOTM, what happened with that, both how the kaiju were affected, but also how the humans were affected by both of them.
My pitch pretty much was kind of like supposed to call out Monarch for basically being so lax about letting Godzilla and Kong do their things in GVK and especially GXK, because Rio de Janeiro was not evacuated whatsoever. You cannot tell me that all those buildings had no people in them.
They physically could not evacuate Rio de Janeiro. Boston and Isla de Mara, fine. 2014, they actively tried.
Yeah, 2014 they actively tried. Isla de Mara, they actively tried. There were still people who died because it wasn't fully evacuated before Rodan got awoken, but there was an attempt. Boston, 100% evacuated. The only people that died during that Battle of Boston is military personnel and Emma Russell.
Yeah. Hell, the Mass Awakening, even if those weren't evacuated, the Mass Awakening was entirely Emma's fault. And frankly, she was barely associated with Monarch, if anything at all, by that point.
Right. And and the film acknowledges that it's a terrible thing. It's not supposed to be spectacle. It's supposed to be, really terrifying, horrifying, pretty much.
Meanwhile, with Hong Kong and Pensacola, they started evacuating, but Godzilla arrived early. Hong Kong, they had no time. So everyone just went underground. And then Rio de Janeiro, and then Rome and Rio de Janeiro, there were people still there.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem with there's many problems with GVK and GXK, but one of the biggest problems is Monarch knew Godzilla was heading towards Tokyo. Like, you see the map of Godzilla, and it's somewhere in the middle of the Pacific, and the map showing, oh no, he's changed course, he's heading to Hong Kong. He had potentially the same amount of time to get to there as he did with San Francisco. And with San Francisco, they did try to evacuate long before he arrived because they knew he was coming.
I think they started the evacuation like a day or two early before he made it, and they still couldn't get everyone out.
Yeah, and then but with Godzilla versus Kong, there's nothing. It's not until Godzilla literally smashes through that bridge that they're like, oh yeah, we're going to start evacuating people. Like, what?
To our knowledge,
took you so long.
To our knowledge, like Pensacola, okay, they maybe Godzilla just showed up out of nowhere in Pensacola, but like Hong Kong, dude was in the middle of the Tasmanian Sea. Dude had like a day to get there. You couldn't have done something, at least get people underground before that.
Yeah.
Get them underground.
Monarch has such a sort of a line on Godzilla now, especially with GVK. They retroactively change how the Hollow Earth works, so it's no longer like Godzilla just disappears and pops back up again like he did in King of the Monsters. They took that away in GVK. So there is nowhere for Godzilla to disappear and pop up again from. So Monarch has track of him all the time. So if he goes anywhere, they know. So if a city isn't evacuated or people aren't warned, it's Monarch's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or actually, technically speaking, it's the writer's fault. But you know what I mean.
But like in universe, it's Monarch's fault.
Yeah. to reference the MCU, it's just like it's not Endgame. It's not the fault of Avengers Endgame because the films or shows of Phase 4 don't sufficiently acknowledge the events of the blip in a way that's pretty much actually believable. Pretty much, like it's not Cotton's fault that GVK and GXK don't acknowledge the consequences of the mass awakening, pretty much.
What basically,
past
the mass awakening being basically their equivalent of the blip, basically an event, a catastrophic event that puts both the dinosaur extinction and the Permian extinction to shame.
Yeah, the world. Yeah, well, like Black Rooney's right that the world should never be the same after the events of Kotum. But I don't see where it's the fault of Kotum when GVK and GXK are the ones that completely drop the ball on addressing, on pretty much following up on it properly in any at all, really.
Viz just left.
Yeah.
Viz just left.
Let me get him. All right, got him. All right, you're back.
Yep, I'm back.
There you go.
We got so much. We still got a little under 10 minutes left of video.
Well, under 10 minutes, thank God.
Yeah, under 10. We're getting there. Let's just power right through it. I'll probably have to pause it once.
Yeah, long time to rebuild.
Long time.
That's why they had a Netflix show. I haven't seen all of it.
Oh no!
But it's an animated Godzilla where they acknowledge that Godzilla and all these creatures, they start fighting. The humans just say, "Man, let them have it."
Yeah.
they leap.
They're referencing the Polygon trilogy.
Who?
Corey Coleman of Double Toasted is referencing the Polygon trilogy as the positive example to Kotum.
I mean, when they leave the planet.
Yeah, when they leave the planet. Yeah, just because the Polygon trilogy acknowledges, oh yeah, the humans, they would evacuate the planet and just be like, you guys can have it.
Especially considering that it's blatantly not the whole humans evacuating the planet is blatantly incorrect, but like, again, they successfully evacuated Boston. They did it. They did it. Specifically in less time than 2014 did, believe it or not. Like, the final battle was mere hours after Boston was evacuated. Like,
here's the real kicker of this. He's saying using the Polygon trilogy as the positive without actually having watched it. Yeah, I was dreading this. I knew, like, it was a while since I've seen this video, pretty much. So but I knew that there was a point where he mentioned the Polygon trilogy and tried to use a positive example in comparison to King of the Monsters, and that was like the moment where I'm just like, I'm sorry, you what, mate? Are you high?
If you're gonna use something as an example, at least watch it.
Yes. It's like, dude, you on cocaine? Like, what are you doing? Why are you mentioning? You never even watched it. How do you even know that that's what happened in the show? In the end, okay.
They say, yeah, it's his world. And all these creatures out here, and they just leave the planet behind. Like I say, I'm not even asking for complete realism. We're dealing with giant monsters here, right? But the thing is,
don't expect realism in a giant monster movie because giant monsters. Yeah.
Skip.
Yep.
Like I say, they don't acknowledge it. And the science that they're using here is dumb. The technology talking about that they're using, the way they explain it, the whole reason for setting these creatures loose. Oh boy. Also, this whole thing of they set up because what happened is this is what I hate. And I can tell, and I have a movie to compare this to, where I can tell you why I like that and why I don't care for the elements that they have here. We have what's her name, Vera Farmiga?
Yeah.
Who's her husband in the movie?
Hal Chandler.
Yeah. They're doing this whole thing where it's another one of those, they try to get quick emotions from people. Oh, they lost a child, and that's their reason for whatever they're doing to these creatures. That's the the rest of the world is suffering. It's like, but my baby.
And this same movie pretty much acknowledges that she's in the wrong for letting her emotions get the better of her to get her to make this decision.
It acknowledges that both of them are in the wrong for doing that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did you watch the movie, Corey?
Mark's hatred of Godzilla is partially the catalyst for partially the entire bit with the oxygen destroyer.
Yeah.
Like, he's not directly tied to it, but it draws parallels from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it's not so much that that's not a good reason, but you can tell the movie they kind of used it for shorthand emotion.
Well, you're using the death of Andrew for shorthanded emotion. Fuck.
Yes.
Jesus
the death
Christ.
of my kid, shorthanded emotion. That's both of their motivations. Both Mark and Emma are motivated by, 1, the death of Andrew, and 2, the fact that they have a chance to not make the same mistake with Madison.
Exactly.
That decision to do that, often been the same person to do, and then they try to make that person kind of normal.
Yeah,
later. It's like,
I didn't ask for science. I know
you guys brought it in.
I know exactly what I'm looking at. It's the monsters beating the shit out of each other. I didn't ask you to bring realism and science in here, so don't set up science and then 2 minutes later forget about what you just said. There's a moment in here where somebody tells them, they say, you can't go out there because if you do, you will burn alive from radiation or the heat.
Yeah.
2 minutes later, they out there strolling through there, ain't even busting a sweat.
They're talking about Sarazawa.
What?
They're talking about
Not even busting this. He's literally sweating.
Yeah.
Dude is shaking when he unmasks himself in front of Godzilla.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, it's like, what are you criticizing? What is this criticism? Like, he knows Sarazawa knew he was gonna die, because he had to blow up the nuke.
He went there voluntarily. Also, the thing about the heat, they are at the bottom of the Earth's crust.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, they're right where there's a lot of radiation.
The mantle is.
There's a lot of
I
radiation
think what
there.
he's referencing is the fact that he says, if the heat doesn't get you, the radiation will. So what these guys are saying is, if it's that hot, then he should be dead from the heat. It's like, and all I can assume is that they are imagining he walks out there and suddenly he's set on fire. And it's the same sort of thing when they're talking about. It's just when they're talking about the radiation. People have this idea that radiation does something like a microwave, where you just you immediately boil from the inside out or something, which you do, but it takes a hell of a lot longer than that. Which is why it's such an insidious killer, and why some of Kyle Hill's videos are actually kind of hilariously morbid, because he goes to Chernobyl and there's a crane claw which is sitting on the ground. People walk up to it, take pictures with it and whatnot, and Kyle Hill in his videos so this crane claw was used to move radioactive materials that were ejected from the Chernobyl reactor, and it is the most radioactive object in Chernobyl outside of the reactor, and people sit in it because they don't understand how radiation works.
Right. That's not how radiation works. And the point of this scene, the thing about this scene that they pretty much don't understand is that Sarazawa knows that it's a one-way trip. We're with the heat, with the radiation, as they say, like it won't kill him immediately, but it will kill him. Like there's no point for him to like go back because because he will die because he would just die if he tries to get back there anyways, or before he even gets back there. And time was of the essence. They needed to get Godzilla powered up immediately so that he could save the world, pretty much. So he knew that he was not going to make it away from the nuke or any elements in the elements.
Yeah. It's like you
Again,
you can see him visibly sweat and shake.
Yeah, you could tell he's dying. The movie's aware of it.
Again, it's people's own perceptions of what should be happening rather than like watching the film and accepting what the film is telling you what should be happening.
Yeah. Yeah, and he probably was shaking when he took his glove off, pretty much. Like he was struggling to get up those stairs and to even set that bomb down. And to pretty much pull his glove off to press on the timer. Like I don't understand.
No, he should be on fire. He should be like bleeding from the nose. He should be blistering all over his skin. That's the only way we can tell that he's dying.
His organs should be melting out of his ass. That's what's happening.
Exactly.
It was 2 minutes later, Martin.
I know.
All you had to do was get out and walk through that goddamn heat. And if you had not said nothing, I never would have questioned that. Thought about it. There's a point where they're talking about, man, the radiation level. Like you said, radiation levels are going to be, they're going to be up the hook around here. And then meanwhile, they soaking in radiation. Whoa, shit, that look cool, don't it?
Distance.
That don't make no sense. I didn't ask you to say these things. You said that shit. I said, it's not a spoiler, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. But there's a point where, like, things look like they just going to hell.
No, you don't need to give away any spoilers because we've seen the movie now and we could piece it together and, well, you're wrong. Yeah.
The military says, well, you know what? We've been working on this crazy bomb that we haven't told anybody about. And you know what? We're just going to drop that shit and we'll call it a day. They're like, wait a minute. You mean that was your secret weapon that you never told anybody about? This revolutionary bomb that nobody heard?
What?
They're talking about the oxygen destroyer.
What?
Is he not aware of how the nukes were developed?
Right.
Is that most people were not aware of nuclear bombs when they were being developed and dropped. It was only when the president announced it that people were aware that they were a thing.
Yeah.
He also
You
mentioned it's a
don't generally
prototype.
say, hey, everybody, we're developing a new weapon. It's going to be really cool. But, don't prepare for it or anything.
The only thing that you could say is that the film itself didn't do the best job at setting it up to be used later. We kind of mentioned it in an earlier stream that there was a subtle detail somewhere earlier in the film that sets it up, but it's not that is kind of sets it up, but most people wouldn't even catch
in
that.
terms of the film and the plot and everything, the oxygen destroyer comes out of absolutely nowhere. But
Yeah.
the argument he seems to be making is that this bomb comes out of nowhere. Why aren't the military telling everybody about this bomb beforehand? It's like that's not what people do with special secret weapons. That you don't generally tell people about your special secret weapon.
The most
With
that the
King of the
military
Monsters plot line, you could have hinted at it better. But in real life, that's what they do. They don't tell anyone about it.
The most that is even said about what the military is doing is that they're working on developing ways to pretty much counter the Titan threats, pretty much. But they're not specifically saying what it is. So that's pretty much the most to find countermeasure. They're coming up with countermeasures, pretty much, or in the process of creating countermeasures. Not specifically an oxygen destroyer. They don't explicitly say that in the movie. The movie doesn't set it up the greatest, pretty much, and it does seem to come out of nowhere because it didn't properly get set up, as early on as they should have. But here we are. Anyways,
It's right up there with that.
Especially with what they named it.
Especially, yeah, that's why I'm not telling y'all. When you hear the name, it's right up there with amnesia bullets from Wolverine.
Oh, I was thinking about
what the fuck? Amnesia. They're talking about X-Men Origins Wolverine when they create adamantium bullets that give Wolverine amnesia at the end.
If you look at any name of anything in history, I mean, fire bombs. What do they do? Well, they're bombs that cause fires. Okay, you gonna come up with a better name? No. What about the atomic bomb? What does it do? Well, it splits atoms and causes a really big explosion.
Yeah.
So it's a atomic, but you could have called it something, but no. What about the hydrogen bomb? What does that do? Well, it uses hydrogen.
They obliterated his skull. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about adamantium. Like once it cools, it can't be melted again. Pretty much. Supposedly that's how the physics are for adamantium, either in the comics or wherever. Pretty much. Like I'm assuming it just fits that suits that way in the films as well. But in the adamantium is supposed to be like invincible. It's supposed to be or mostly invincible. Like you can't have like two adamantium things that are like of the same temperature or close to the same temperature being able to break each other pretty much. So Wolverine's brain shouldn't even have been penetrated, or skull shouldn't even have been penetrated by an adamantium bullet pretty much, which would give him amnesia. Another reason, that's one of many reasons why X-Men Origins Wolverine is absolute shit. So that's why in the Wolverine, you have like Silver Samurai using like that adamantium sword, but it's like super heated. And it pretty much like just kind of is able to cut through Wolverine's adamantium claws. So you pretty much have that.
Which would actually the heat would actually make it softer. It's just something people seem to forget. Heating up metal swords and that, and then cutting people with them would theoretically cause a mild, like, cauterizing effect. Heating up a metal blade to then try and cut something else that's metal would make the blade soft, because that's what you do when you forge it.
Thus easier to break.
The sword would basically just bend around the thing you're hitting. That's how that would work. But then, yeah, having adamantium, but even the simple idea of adamantium bullets pierce his adamantium skull to then erase his memories. Okay, so now Wolverine has holes in his head.
Yeah, I mean he has he has pretty much. Here's the funny thing about that. When you pretty much think about it, like if it were supposed to cause a hole in his head, like it pretty much should kill him because he has the healing factor pretty much. And I'm assuming that if you shoot someone in the head, in the brain, they're pretty much done. Or I mean, I may not be entirely sure, but then about how the healing factor pretty much works, like whether the brain would even do it. I mean, we don't even. It's not necessary to go into the logistics and all that, but let me just say it's kind of funny that when you get, it's kind of one of the only things about the movie Logan, as fantastic as that movie is, that's just kind of like, where an adamantium bullet is fired on, spoilers for Logan, an adamantium bullet is fired on a Wolverine clone, a Hugh Jackman clone, X-24, who's also supposed to be on adamantium, just like Logan, but the bullet just basically blasts like half of his head off. So it's like, okay, so like,
it kills him. I've watched that movie recently. It's good. It's really good.
Yeah, it's a great
good,
movie, but that's like
the whole thing of, shouldn't he just heal from that then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does adamantium cancel out the healing factor?
Yeah,
it's
that's kind of a plot hole, especially when you take Origins Wolverine into consideration.
Like maybe it could make sense within the context of the movie with Logan's adamantium poisoning him, thus breaking down his healing factor. But it's like X-24 doesn't have that.
Right.
He
Uh,
should be.
Oh,
He should be more along the lines of a younger one.
I've also just thought of something, and I can't believe I haven't thought about it before. They go on about the fact that you need these adamantium bullets to pierce his skull. He has eye sockets.
Mm-hmm.
Just shoot him in the eye with a normal bullet.
yeah. But anyways, tangent aside, yeah, Oxygen Destroyer and KOTM not the same as adamantium bullets. I have no
Absolutely
idea
not.
where I have no idea where this comparison could even possibly come from or even go. Like I don't
I think
understand.
it's just simply that the name. He thinks the name of it sounds stupid, which it isn't at all.
I don't know.
Historically or in like fictional narratives, it's just no, it's
What
not.
name was it? What name was it? I was distracted.
Oxygen Destroyer.
Oh, god damn it.
Anyways,
unobtainium.
Okay, I will say, you want to know a stupid name? Orthogonal diagomizer
yes.
from Singular Point.
Yeah.
That's a stupid name.
You
It
want to know what
is,
else is a
although-
stupid name? Little Boy
Little boy.
or Fat Man.
Thank you.
Actually, no, a
Those were the
really,
bombs
really
that
weird
dropped.
one is, dropped a Demon Core is a really fucking awesome, cool name. That was the name of the core for a
Castle
theoretical third
Bravo.
bomb they ever made. Castle. Jimmy Crockett. Do you know what that is?
What was that one? No.
Do you know the Fallout games? Have you ever played those?
No. I haven't played any of them.
Oh.
Not to my recollection.
In the games, there's a sort of a shoulder, like it's like a rocket launcher, but it's a catapult, and you can put miniature nuclear bombs on it, like handheld sized nuclear bombs, put on this shoulder mounted catapult and fire it. That was inspired by a real weapon called the Jimmy Crockett, which could fire nuclear bombs that like two people could carry, and it was like almost like a mortar. Like you just stick this nuclear bomb into this tube, and it would fire a nuclear bomb about a mile away. That was developed. They used it, and then they decided, we should probably stop using it because we can't really aim it very well. But it was a real thing, and for some reason they called it the Jimmy Crockett. I don't know why.
That is way too funny, honestly.
They also pretty much said like it's also like unobtainium, which is the name of the metal that was like a MacGuffin for the RDA in James Cameron's Avatar.
It's been used in other things as well.
They could it's like Oxygen Destroyer is not as dumb of a name as unobtainium or adamantium bullet or transformium. Transformium is arguably the dumbest name that you could possibly think of for anything.
Like, if you like something like Energon, that sounds cool, and it's typical to Transformers lore. It's an equivalent to the Oxygen Destroyer. Transformium is just bullcrap.
Transformium is the metal that they're made of. Don't you understand, Minecraft?
I know. It's bullcrap. Why is it not just metallic organic steel or something?
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway,
basically, this criticism is just stupid on so many levels.
Yeah, again, why are you comparing the name of like metal objects to basically this of metal or metal-like objects to basically a weapon that is explicitly designed, that is named because of what it explicitly is capable of doing, pretty much, which is destroying oxygen.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Avatar. There's even a point here where, and another thing that I don't like is that they introduce a kid in here that's not really, they're not introducing the story, except that give kids something to relate to.
Oh my God!
Madison, are you seriously? First off, Madison is technically a teenager, so yes, she is a minor, but she's not a kid. Second off, to be relatable, I would not relate to Madison in any way, shape, or form based off of what happens in the movie. Second off, she is the motivation of the main characters.
She is very integral to the last third of the movie, for the third act.
And to save the world.
Pretty much, yeah.
She's almost as bad as Stuckman.
This is
almost.
yeah.
Almost. Stuckman's inconsistent. This at least isn't.
Yeah. This, I mean, Double Toasted has made some good, funny videos. Pretty much, your funny movie reviews. Pretty good reviews. This ain't one of them. This might be one of their worst. This is easily one of their worst. Like it is really. Oh my God. Like saying that Madison doesn't have much of a purpose other than to be someone for the kids to relate to. What the fuck?
What is it about critics and the MonsterVerse films that just makes them shit?
I don't know.
Why?
The problem is they turn their brains off, guys. Because that's what people say you gotta do with these movies. That's probably why.
Yeah, but you don't turn your brains off for reviewing one of these movies.
I think a lot of them is just. I think a lot of it is just that they're very unfair about it.
They're not. They are nowhere near being as fair to this movie as they pretty much want to be.
And also, Godzilla himself has, for like a decade, has been considered, like niche or like not worth it. The kaiju genre in general was not really treated all that well during the interval between Final Wars and 2014. So I'd imagine something residual about that happened.
Yeah.
Like, we had a decade between Godzilla movies, and the last one was Godzilla Final Wars.
Yeah.
Kaiju movies are a niche within a niche to some people in like the whole quote unquote like schlock or schlock films and stuff.
Yeah, but these are supposed to be guys who grew up watching Godzilla. Like you would think that or to some degree, like surely they would retain some bit of knowledge to be like, oh yeah, humans actually are kind of integral to the story. Maybe if we just pay attention to some of these movies on occasion, we might see, oh yeah, Madison Russell actually is kind of integral to the plot. She's basically part of Emma and Mark's motivations, for their respective goals.
The entire reason their actions carry weight.
She's the reason why the world isn't completely butt-fucked by Ghidorah.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to drop out now. I've just realised what the time is over here.
Okay.
What time is it for you?
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you for having me on.
You're welcome.
I was going to say enjoy the rest of the stream.
Well, we'll enjoy.
How much do we have left in the video?
We have about 6 minutes.
Oh!
But yeah,
thanks. Half an hour ago we had 10. Yeah, I think I'm not going to be able to stay for the rest of it. I'll have to watch the rest of this stream once it's finished.
Yeah. Also go watch. Yeah. Go watch Simzilla's Godzilla. Godzilla was always silly when you twist enough facts stream, like his previous one. Check that one out because it's funny.
Yeah,
yeah. I shall do that.
And then go watch GXK for a good time.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm gonna have to at some point. I'm gonna have to break that. Anyway, thank you for having me. Have fun.
You suffered through it once,
Speak
you
to
can
you
do it
soon.
again.
Yeah, thank you for hopping on, my fellow Sea King.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the debate.
Yep.
See you there.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. Bye
Bye.
bye.
But
And now there were 3. Ugh. Anyways. All right. Let's power right through this.
I gotta go for dinner. I'll be back real quick.
Okay. Well, you want us to just go without you for
Yeah.
a bit?
Yeah, you can
All right.
continue on without me.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. And there's 2 for now. I pretty much said that I'm not expecting this stream to be almost 3 hours. We're just past the 4-hour mark. Yeah. Fun time.
you should know by now. You've been on a few Zim streams. You know that it never goes as planned. Never ever.
Yeah, you think 9 streams, 9 times doing this hosting stream thing, I should have learned by now, but yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Give kids something to relate to. Millie Bobby Brown.
Well, it gives Kyle Chandler a motivation.
You know what? But their motivation was the dumbest thing, man. She made a dumb move, and then that made them. Look, we see this all the time. It's why we said Jurassic Park 2.
So he's comparing her to Kelly from Lost World. I think that was her name, right?
Kelly from the Lost World, or they could be I think they may even been. I don't think they reviewed They did a video on the Lost World around this time, or
Because
retro.
he said Jurassic Park 2, right?
I think he meant
Sorry,
Jurassic World. I think he may have meant Jurassic World, like Jurassic World or Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom. I think he may have meant one of the Jurassic World movies. Yeah, that it's. Yeah. Even if it's true that the human characters in the Jurassic World movies or the kid characters in the Jurassic World movies are bad, they are not equal to Madison is significantly better than them, like more well fleshed out and written. And they pretty much say, and I can't believe that they're pretty much saying like Emma and Mark's motivations are pretty much the dumbest thing, even though they said that Madison being there gives Mark or Emma something to do, but then they follow up by saying, yeah, but they had the dumbest motivations. Like, oh.
That's why we say all these Jurassic Park movies are dumb, because these kids are always having them do dumb shit.
All these Jurassic Park. Okay. No, I not true. It's not true. Original Jurassic Park, like, already, yeah, like, we'll just leave it at that. Original Jurassic Park, has kid characters that, they're actually relatable, that actually are well realized, well written,
and benefit the plot and do stuff.
Yeah, like Madison Russell in King of the Monsters. Not this. I will say, full disclosure, Jurassic Park, I will say, is still a significantly better film. If I had to pick between that and KOTM, Jurassic Park, is always going to be like number 1 for me. But it's like Tim and Lex did dumb shit though. It's like, they did. I mean, they did, but they're still kid characters. They were like if you were to say like Lex like pulling out that flashlight, pretty much that tracks the T-Rex, like, yeah, it's like they were clearly just terrified, like in the moment, pretty much.
Yeah, that was like just Lex, acting out and with anxiety and stuff. But Tim tried to stop her.
Yeah, it's like they were well written, but they still did dumb shit. No, we're not saying that they didn't do dumb shit. They're just but they're still well written, and even the dumb shit that they do, it's congruent with the plot. So But yeah, just I get yeah.
They always doing something dumb themselves.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me the city's blown up and you went where?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm.
She went. So they're saying Madison was dumb because she knows the city's blowing up, and she went somewhere in the city. What is she supposed to, she tried to draw the Titans away. She had to
Yeah.
find someone to stop the mass awakening that her mother caused, or that her mother indirectly caused, pretty much, like her mother
Yeah.
being responsible for. And she had to make sure that the machine is still working, and to ensure that Godzilla would eventually come back or whatever, or have you, to try to stop Ghidorah. And
Yeah.
on top of that, when the chaos is happening, she went to the somewhere where she could hide to try to take cover
Yeah.
while the chaos is
Plus,
happening
it's also
in her old home.
yeah. Plus, it's also Emma's plan to stop the Titans that Madison overhears and decides to act upon too.
Yeah, like Emma tries to come up with the plan, pretty much suggest the plan. Jonah shoots her down, so Madison has to carry it out herself.
Yeah.
And when Madison is like in the middle of the city while the destruction's happening, she's trying to find shelter. What is she supposed to do?
Mhm.
That I'm mad at. I'm just saying it's going to be such a. Look, it's just like with anything. It's just like with Endgame. It's something that you're not supposed to talk about. You're not supposed to criticize. It's there for the fans. People waiting on it. If you say something, you're nitpicking. It's like, man, I'm sorry. This shit is obvious.
I don't know where you're getting at. If it's obvious, how come we're not seeing it? Maybe it's because it's not there. The problems that you're saying are there, for the most part, at least, they're not there.
Mhm.
Or they just don't really hold it. Like it's like, I'm sorry, Coleman, your critiques on this, your criticism on this movie's plot and its characters, like they don't really have they don't really have validity to them.
Yeah.
Just I don't know what to tell you, dude. I say that as assuming that he may be listening to this.
And the reason why I say that, all the fans out there get mad. I don't think you're going to be that upset. For fans out there, think you're going to get what you get. From a fan level, I got what I was wanting. But I have to say that there was one movie that I saw before this that got it right better, I think. Is that a rocket? Kong Skull Island, I think, was a much better movie because it had more character on all fronts.
Okay, so he's saying that Kong Skull Island is better because it had more better characters on all fronts. And Martin Thomas is gonna go on to disagree with that. Yeah. Kong Skull Island definitely has like a pretty solid cast of human characters, but that doesn't mean King of the Monsters doesn't. So,
Yeah, in terms of characters, I think they both have some pretty solid ones.
yeah,
I feel that I think Skull Island's maybe a little bit more personal, since the story is a little smaller scale. And
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, there is like a big cast of humans, pretty much, but only like a good number of them have, only like a certain number of them have like much focus on them, pretty much.
Mm.
And even just a handful of them or less, pretty much have even more going on, like John C. Reilly and like Hank Marlowe and Colonel Packard, pretty much being. I can certainly concede if someone were to say that Kong Skull Island has the best human characters in the MonsterVerse, like just because of those two alone. Like I could totally understand that. and I wouldn't necessarily concede that because I'm like, oh yeah, because yeah, like those two are the best human characters in the MonsterVerse because none of the others are. There aren't any other good ones. No, it's because like they of all the like even in line with like the good MonsterVerse human characters, those two would at least stick out in a certain degree where they actually are because of how strong they are.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that I disagree with like my disagreement with Corey in this particular instance isn't so much that Kong Skull Island had about Kong Skull Island having good human characters, like because it does. It's just that he's saying like there's Kong Skull Island has good human characters, whereas Godzilla King of the Monsters or Godzilla 2014 even if he didn't say it, it's definitely implied. Don't have good human characters aside from maybe Joe Brody, which I'm sorry, like there's more human characters in 2014 that are good than just Joe Brody. There's good human characters in King of the Monsters.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue.
But you know what? I know you want to feel they didn't like it. The movie was reviewed well. The movie did. It actually was a box office success. I hate to bring up Rotten Tomatoes, but because you're gonna try to make it look crazy. Because I know you and Corey Goodwin here when we talked about it. Because I was like, the movie's not that bad. You're like, you like that bullshit? And I was like, yeah, me and the rest of the world. I mean, it's not unusual for me to like this, but this movie did well. And a lot of people liked it. As I said, maybe it was a period piece, so that gave it character right there. They weren't just about the destruction.
I find it interesting that he's like appealing to authority pretty much by defending Kong Skull Island like that against his fellow double toasted co-hosts.
You're still talking about the movie?
Yeah. We're still talking about this video. We kind of been going through a couple points pretty much.
Okay. So appealing to authority by what? So he pretty much brought up that Corey Coleman has pretty much said that Kong Skull Island is pretty much better than King of the Monsters, or even the best film in the MonsterVerse, because it has like strong a solid human cast, pretty much, whereas the other MonsterVerse films do not. I agree with half of that. I think Kong Skull Island does have a solid human cast, including my favorite character of the MonsterVerse, Hank Marlowe. But that's not to say the rest don't. Like, 2014's cast, I would say, is just boring outside of two characters, but it's not terrible. KOTM, we've spoken about this twice now. KOTM is a very good human cast, at least main characters. GVK and GXK have their issues, but both are far from terrible. I would say problematic at worst and boring at best. With some individual exceptions. Trapper, my beloved.
I would say, the thing in Corey Coleman pretty much liked Kong Skull Island. He pretty much famously liked Kong Skull Island, and he pretty much had a back and forth with some of his co-hosts on Double Toasted during the review for that movie. Those other co-hosts not liking Kong Skull Island, and he's all like, and now he's basically like appealing to authority, about why Kong Skull Island is good, pretty much. Like we could play that game. What? We can play this game for sure, but I wonder how many movies that got certified fresh ratings on Rotten Tomatoes that he may actually disagree are that good. Like,
or how many in general just deserve it?
Yeah, like how many in general? Like, we could just you could play that game if you want. You're not gonna like what you'll find. Let's just say. If you play that. Because sometimes the authority ain't gonna know shit sometimes. Like with King of the Monsters.
Oh boy, King of the Monsters. I still remember watching Omniviewer's video for the first time when it started with, "The critics are lying." That
the critics know nothing. So
that the critics know nothing. The moment he started that, I knew this review was going to be good. It's like bull crap. And like even with -1, I didn't care about the critics or audience scores. Or even with GXK, but it's like back then I did with movies like KOTM and especially Avengers Endgame. It was just like, bruh.
Yeah, I kind of stopped. I would say like I wasn't really like peeling much to Rotten Tomatoes as like a proper authority much to begin with, because there were movies that got like that pretty much got really rotten ratings on Rotten Tomatoes that I still
I stopped caring about anything relating to Rotten Tomatoes outside of like just looking at it just for craps and giggles.
Yeah,
it's like I stopped caring about that by the time Rise of Skywalker released.
I probably that's fair. I probably stopped like I would say King of the Monsters, like the dissonance, or rather like the I don't have the word in my head right now. Maybe I said it. The basically like the critics, the rotten rating for it, versus like audience, pretty much, and how good the movie actually is. That was King of the Monsters was basically the point where I'm like, okay, now this is like the final nail in the coffin. As far as like whether or not I should even care to pay attention to Rotten Tomatoes as something to really consider, to be something to validate an opinion in any way, shape, or form for any piece of media, really. Because there are movies that have like rotten ratings. I mean, really rotten ratings, pretty much from both critics and audiences. That I pretty much still kind of that I pretty much watched, and I'm like, oh man, I kind of liked it. I mean, I'm probably one of the only few people out there who's willing to admit that they unironically enjoyed The Mummy 2017. I don't
like
think
that
it's a
movie.
good movie objectively. Yeah, I don't think it's a good movie objectively. I definitely agree that there's a lot of issues with that movie, a good number of them pertaining to it trying way too hard to set up the Dark Universe. But as like a Tom Cruise action movie, or as a film intended to try to be like, or as like a modern Universal Monsters movie with a more action-oriented twist, I found it to be pretty. I do like it, and there's actually something. I mean, I've done a 3-part essay video series on it, and I'm probably the only person on YouTube who pretty much even went as in depth on that movie in and of itself the way I did. Like
I actively didn't go for the Dark Universe thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I bring it up pretty much because you can't help but bring it up pretty much in conversation, because that was kind of
inevitable in terms of discussion of that movie. But
yeah, it's pretty much something that because that was the goal of that movie. But but I did talk about the movie itself. Aside from the Dark Universe setup elements and what have you. Yeah, Fresh to Match is like, what? It's like, yeah, I know. Again, I don't think it's a good movie. I would say like at best I would say it's just kind of average, pretty much. I definitely think that I definitely would agree that there's a lot of problems with it. If you were to push me enough, I could concede that it is bad, but there are things. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's as horrible as a lot of people say it is.
Yeah.
But anyways,
how far are we in the video? Because we are 4.5 hours in the stream. Jesus,
we got 4 minutes left. All right, let's try to speed run this last 4 minutes here. I think we're getting into the wrap up here.
I can see why Zim does everything at 2 times speed.
Yeah.
Was a period piece, so that gave it character right there. They weren't just about the destruction; they were about actually world building here. And I like that it had, maybe all the jokes didn't work, but I like that they had characters that were different to like not take this seriously and actually, acknowledge that this is silly and we're gonna bring some humor to it.
Yeah, they're pretty much using Hank Marlowe as an example, like how the movie doesn't take itself too seriously, pretty much.
I like that they had characters in there like John C.
Just because it's a monster movie, no, the film does take itself seriously at times. It's just that it has
Marlowe is very willing to take the movie seriously.
Yeah, he takes it pretty. The movie itself takes itself seriously overall. It's just that compared to the likes of 2014, especially, or even King of the Monsters, it just has more humor in it. Pretty much, like between the first three MonsterVerse films, Kong Skull Island definitely has the most humor in the MonsterVerse. I'm saying pre GBK and pre GXK, like just talking about the first three movies in the MonsterVerse. But yeah,
I will say I think some of the jokes in Skull Island suffer the same, overuse of a particular joke where it goes on for too long. It's mostly with Hank Marlowe's scenes.
I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, to be honest.
I would say the Skullcrawler one and the one where he's like you shouldn't have come here joke thing.
The Skullcrawler one, I could kind of see, but the one where it's like, but the one scene where he's all like, "You're a good group of guys to die on the side with. You shouldn't have come here." I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought that was funny.
The line in the trailer I think is better, but in the movie, like he talks for too long. Like he repeats the same line over and over again.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna stab you in the middle of the night.
That's a good one. I like that one.
He was the one that was like, "Look, I'm the character here to tell you, like, really, don't take this shit seriously."
Meanwhile, he's crying over Gunpei dying. I mean, meanwhile he's lamenting like being stuck on the island for 30 years and not having met his son. Like, we're trying to make it. Even when you want to meet these guys halfway with Corey halfway, you just on this shit. You just want to. At this point, it's just like. It's like, dude, stop talking. Like, you're just making yourself look worse right now.
It's a movie that, some people, Godzilla fans, are going to say, man, I just want to enjoy it. I just want to see the fights and the monsters. And I'm like, you said this other day, like, well, it's just a popcorn movie. You said, I don't want to hear that shit. And I don't want to hear that shit from other people. Well, it's just fighting. That's all I want. It's like,
yeah. Oh, are you ready to hear us saying anything beyond the fact that it's just a popcorn movie? Like, are you ready for that? You're ready for that conversation? What if there's those of us out here who are crazy enough, shockingly enough, we don't use the popcorn flick excuse for movies?
Yeah. What if, shocker, there's actually good stuff here?
What if, shocker, it's actually objectively good as a movie?
Oh, man.
Mic drop.
Okay, get that. From a fan angle, I think that is great. But there's a lot of bad writing in this.
No.
We're going to sacrifice all this because you wanted monsters and mayhem, and that's what you got. That's what you.
No, the movie did not sacrifice the writing in it just for spectacle. No, don't even dare.
A movie that I will freely admit sacrificed the writing for spectacle was GXK, and I say this as someone who did enjoy it.
Yeah.
I say this as someone who had that movie as the best theatrical experience they've ever had. I say this as someone who thinks that movie offers far more to it that many people don't give it credit for. It sacrifices a lot of its writing and potential for the spectacle. Granted, there is well-written sequences. I will defend Scar King's introduction with my life. In fact, I will defend pretty much every monster sequence in that movie with my life. But still,
Yeah.
KOTM did not do that.
KOTM actually has good writing in it that did not have to sacrifice.
It actively tied its human narrative to the kaiju action.
And it did it.
It does what a lot of the best kaiju media does: balance tone, character, and theme, and connect it. That's something that I plan to discuss with Project Nemesis, but KOTM does that perfectly.
And it if not perfectly, it does it so well that the time where it does it very strongly. Yeah, it does it very strongly. Yeah, I mean, I say, and yeah, it's a movie that does that, and I say this as somebody who freely admits to pretty much liking the Bayformers films. You know, I mean, in those movies, they just say, "Right, what the fuck is that?"
Well, okay, the first one, 2007's Transformers is actually genuinely good. Like, don't get that twisted. 2007's is actually the original 2007 Transformers movie is actually pretty good. The rest are more so just pew pew bang bang kaboom.
You may be surprised. I may even somewhat defend Dark of the Moon to some degree, but even then, I'd have to go through those movies again at some point and really.
I'd probably defend Revenge of the Fallen too. Like, I would actively defend that movie.
I would only kind of. I wouldn't. I don't know. I can't say I would defend that movie's writing. I would mainly just sort of be like, well, kind of just come to an understanding about how the writing decisions sort of took place, while still acknowledging that there is a lot of shoddy writing that happens in that film.
Yeah.
Whereas Whereas 4 and 5, it's gonna be like a lot harder, especially 5. 5 is like the last night. Like the world building was already like in a questionable at best state, post Transformers 4. But Transformers 5 just completely just nukes everything continuity wise. It's just like a tactical nuke on it all. I can't even put it into words sometimes.
Yeah.
Anyways,
you got, that's all you get. So, I don't know, man. I'm kind of, I'll tell you, I don't want to think about this. I might pass it off to you. I don't think about it. I'm probably between a very low matinee, extremely low matinee, and a high rental. Meaning a high rental.
There was that feeling of this could have been so much worse with the dialogue. I wasn't rolling my eyes the whole time. It would come up, especially when they bring up the science, because they would bring it up and then they would hold together. But it moved in such a way where I was like, all right, I see that that's just not the priority here. And while I think for fans, it delivers a high full price movie because it's everything that you could have had on your wish list.
I would consider Kingdom Monsters like full price, very high full price, if not better than Sex. We're just going by the rating system that they have there.
Yeah. I would probably consider
like the rating.
Well, not what their equivalent is to a 10 out of 10. I don't actually believe in a full 10 out of 10, but I would probably consider that mostly out of bias for what this movie is. And also just because there are genuinely really good aspects here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say, if you were to push me, I pretty much would sort of concede that the film isn't a perfect 10 out of 10. Because, I mean, there are some things it's not a perfect movie. There are some things to bring up that are like some bits here and there.
Again, some of the humor doesn't really work for what it's going for. And there are some pacing issues. I also feel like Sam Coleman could have been given more to do or expanded on a little more.
I
think
didn't.
it
I didn't
it
really.
was-
I wouldn't consider the pacing to be much of an issue. I would say only to an extent of like how the oxygen destroyer is like introduced. Like I would say that
yeah,
could have
yeah,
been done
that
a little
also,
better.
yeah, that's what I mean. The pacing, especially around the oxygen destroyer sequence, feels really weird. I feel like they should have done a better job at setting that up. They did set it up, contrary to belief, but they really should have done a better job with that. As well as
They-
that, I feel
they
like
could have done
Sam
a little
Coleman. I feel like Sam Coleman could have definitely been given more to work with. He's the guy that bounces off of Mark.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of your wife's work and
Yeah,
yours
yeah.
too, and kind of thing. That guy.
Yeah.
him.
That. I think he had like some decent stuff. Some good
Yeah, he
stuff
had some
going.
decent stuff, but I feel like he could have been given a bit more, or at least
Maybe just
expanded upon more.
I think he probably got like. I think what we got of him was like good enough. Pretty much. I mean, maybe we could have used just a tiny bit more, but I don't know how much more you could have possibly given him without it just kind of being like a little like. How do I like? Without just being like, okay, maybe we need to like, without losing time for other things. I guess. I guess that's what I would say. But yeah, anyway.
For me, someone who's not a big fan, I was like, you know what? Even though it's got all these things wrong with it, what it does do right is the spectacle, and it does it really, really right. Yeah, they would pull me out sometimes when they talk and try to explain what was going on. But other than that, by the time it was done, I was like, man, this is either a low full price or a really high matinee. And I'm kind of stuck. It's one of those where if you like this kind of thing, I think for sure it's a full price. It gives you what you want. For somebody like me who's more casual but still had a good time, like it was at an amusement park or something, it's a high matinee. Considering that this fan, one, he's a hero. Like that, I'll tell you that. And there are moments where Godzilla is from that perspective. Yeah.
We're almost there.
For fans out there, I'm gonna tell you, fans out there, I would give it a pass. For myself, I'm gonna probably give it. I can give it a high rating to that. And it hurts me to say that because I love Godzilla. I want this movie to. I want the movie to succeed because I want another. I want it.
Well, we still got another one anyways.
We got 2 banger films. That's what we got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Contentiously banger, but still banger. GVK was well worth the hype, and GXK was the best theatrical experience I've had ever, and the most fun I've had with any piece of media since King of the Monsters. So,
yeah.
I want to see another. I'm eager to see another. Looks like that one will be just they're trying to get into it because they're truly forcing this MonsterVerse.
I'm sorry, forcing the MonsterVerse? Are we seriously?
They've been building this universe since Kong Skull Island.
Yeah, it's like they're not forcing a shared universe. Like they're like they're mentioning like what they're saying, what they're setting up, what Kong sets up.
These two have crossed over before. What the hell do you mean? Forcing
and we've seen what happens when you try to force a universe. So
yeah. Here's the thing, like DCEU pretty much had that happen. You know what? I'll leave it. You know what? People pretty much don't like to hear this. Iron Man 2 pretty much kind of did some had some sloppy like cinematic universe building or tease Avengers crossover teasing pretty much in it as well. Like people don't want to acknowledge that because MCU is the it's the quintessential example of how to do a shared universe. When it's like no, it stumbled too. It stumbled there too.
I would argue the MonsterVerse is currently the quintessential example of how to go about it. Not only is the content extremely well paced, but the films, like, not only are the films themselves enjoyable and feature a very well-known established IP on a similar level of legend as Marvel and DC Comic and Detective Comics, but also being extremely well paced. Like, good lord. We had 2014 Kong Skull Island in 2017, which was 3 years later. Godzilla King of the Monsters was supposed to come the year after, but that was delayed to 2019, 2 years later. Then 2 years after that, GVK, and then 3 years after that, New Empire. All of them are very well paced, standalone, and don't really require any supplementary material. In fact, it's debatable whether or not any of the supplementary material is canon.
Yeah, I would kind of say probably not. Probably not canon for the most part. I would say that.
I would say it just depends on the person.
Right. And I would say GVK probably doesn't stand alone quite as well because it does make direct, explicit references to the past films, especially King of the Monsters.
Yeah, but it also tries its best to recap what happened with the previous movies.
Right.
Like, to catch us up on what happened. Granted, it's not fully successful, but it still tries its best. And GXK absolutely feels like its own standalone thing. You don't really need much, like, outside of Godzilla and Kong fought once. Here's what happened, and now they're doing their own separate thing.
Yeah, I would say like the first three MonsterVerse films were definitely like the best way to go about like setting up the Kong and Godzilla crossover that was to come.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say it's definitely the matter. It's the matter of
G14 introduced the universe itself. Kong Skull Island established one of our major players and expanded on the universe. KOTM did that and established the other, and then GVK brought them together.
Yeah,
GVK was the payoff.
Yeah, well, Godzilla 2014, introduces the universe and one of the big players. Kong Skull Island introduces the other big player while expanding on the world. King of the Monsters expands the world even further while continuing the story of pretty much the first big player, and GVK kind of does pay off like the crossover. Like, I would say like the first three MonsterVerse films are definitely like the best, are a really great example of how to set up like a big event crossover type of movie in a cinematic universe. It's just the fact that once you actually do get that crossover, there were definitely, like, even though it does do its best to try to recap on the films, I will, like I said, I definitely think GVK and GXK don't really do a great job at really like following up on what the state of the world after KOTM whatsoever. Like, they kind of, like, I would say they really, if anything, they may have just sort of fumbled the ball like quite a bit in that regard. But we talked about that earlier. So, anyways, we are literally almost done. We are at the end, pretty much.
Well, you'll get Kong back.
Yeah. No, that is true. Which don't make no sense either. What are you gonna do? Punch him in the nuts? Because he's this small, Yeah. I don't know, man.
I like how he says, like, what's Kong going to do against Godzilla? Punch him in the nuts, pretty much, when it's like they literally upscaled. In Kong Skull Island, they literally had Kong upscaled to where he would eventually grow up to be in scale with Godzilla. I know that, I mean, it's a common joke that people say, like, oh, what's Kong going to do? He's literally like a 20-foot tall, 30-foot tall gorilla going up against a 100-meter tall Godzilla. It's like, I don't know. Like, it's like, yeah, we've done this joke before. It's same old, same old.
Yeah, I think Kong held his own physically against Godzilla more than a few times.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying mainly because, like, we're just talking. It's the joke about how Kong, is like small enough to have to like climb up to the top of the Empire State Building, whereas Godzilla wouldn't necessarily need to. pretty much. Like they just, like if we were just going off of King Kong being the size as he is in the classic story versus Godzilla, like it's that common joke that people make, and just like okay, all right, gotta get that joke out of the way.
But like I said, I really, yeah, I don't want anybody to get mad because I think for the fans out there, you're really, you're going to get a lot of culture. See, like, people out there. I hope that they do make another one. I hope that the next one will open it up.
No.
Blow his ass up.
Yeah, it's because you made. Yeah, that's because this review is not very good, and we are at the end. Finally,
We did it. We did it.
we passed the
Wow,
gauntlet.
that was painful.
Yeah, it kind of was. Yeah.
I will say this was better than the last stream you and I were on, and you were on that for most of it.
Oh yeah.
I'm not referring to
Yeah.
the one that you hosted.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Chris Stuckman one was funny, and well, not funny necessarily, but just
Chris
bizarre.
Stuckman was painful. I'm referring to Anthony's video, to Ant's video.
Yeah.
That was
That was whack.
What the hell was he thinking?
That was even more bizarre. That yeah.
At least
Yeah. Crazy. But I think this might be a good place to end it here. So
yeah, that
thanks
feels like
for
a good point.
yeah, thanks for coming on.
You guys really like King of the Monsters, don't you?
Yeah.
I do. I love it.
Yeah.
Favorite movie
Yeah.
ever made.
No,
I'm dead serious. It is.
It's in my top 3 of favorite Godzilla movies, at least.
Oh no, I'm not saying favorite Godzilla movies. I'm saying favorite movies, period. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating, going through some of these KOTM reviews, like just looking back, it's just like, goddamn, y'all just how you guys got what you want, which is a really good Godzilla story with amazing kaiju action on top of that, as like the icing on this delicious cake, and you just throw it at the baker. You're just like, nope, not good enough. It's like one of life's great mysteries.
It's bizarre.
It is. And it's even more baffling when you get something like GVK and GXK, which, as fun as they are significantly worse in writing. But actually, you know what? I will say, Double Toasted actually isn't positive about GXK, the New Empire, either, pretty much. Neither Corey or Martin, pretty much. So I'll give them that. But GVK, significantly worse written, but it's better received by them than KOTM.
It's just like, it's a similar method to it's a similar thing with the Chris Stuckman thing, where it's like, though not nearly significant, not nearly as baffling, but
right.
It's like you're praising these movies, for the exact reason you disliked the previous ones.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
If I'm to play devil's advocate, I'd have to liken it to probably them thinking that the Wingard films are probably more self-aware to an extent.
Right.
But
Well,
considering that if they didn't like GXK as much as KOTM or even GVK, then I don't know. Maybe it's just a difference of like weird standards, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you wonder. Yeah. I mean, for some reason, it makes you wonder how they could be like if they were to have those standards that they put on KOTM, or at least Corey putting his standards on KOTM, and have it be consistent with GVK, but not consistent with GVK. Have it be not inconsistent with to GVK, but be more consistent with GXK, while still having GVK be reviewed in a more positive light than GXK. It's a weird thing,
Yeah.
going. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for if you get thanks for joining me on this journey, and thank you to Cianimus, post talk, if you will, for joining once again. So
Yeah, thank you for having us on.
if anyone wants to plug anything here, Ken, you want?
Do you want to go first, Vic, or?
I guess I'll go ahead. You can find me as Vic Monstrous on Twitter, and I have commissions open, so go check those out if you'd like.
Awesome.
Nice. You can find me on Instagram and Kara at Minecraft World 1954, which on both sites I will be posting artworks and concepts for a Greek mythology-inspired kaiju story I'm working on. And then for YouTube, you can find me at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World, where I post kaiju and versus content. I am currently working on a video essay about Project Nemesis, among other videos that I'm very, very excited about. So look out for that. Take care. Peace.
Bye. And as for as yours truly, your host, the Sea Monster, I will like to say you know where to find me on my Twitter, which is Sea Monster. Well, in parentheses KCI, pretty much parentheses Sea Monster. That's my Twitter handle. And as far as here, and what I have planned in store, I'm pretty much hoping to get I'm trying to work on some essay videos coming up. Both of them I'm hoping to get done by the Halloween season. One of them is a video on Creature from the Black Lagoon. Because that movie turned 70 this year, same as Godzilla. So, got to give the Gill Man some love too, And another video, which is going to be talking about a couple of Dracula themed movies, pretty much that both came out last year, pretty much. Renfield and The Last Voyage of the Demeter. So, I got quite a bit on my plate, but hopefully it won't be too overwhelming. But yeah, stay tuned for what is to come in the future beyond that. Thank you all for stopping by, so we can talk monster stuff and listen to nonsense about from certain folks who reviewed King of the Monsters, and for some reason just said weird shit about it. Hopefully next time it won't be as bad as this was.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right. Anyway, thanks. Bye, folks. Sea Monster out.
Take care, guys.
Bye.